Work session held on Thursday at 1 o'clock on the 14th. So anyway, lots of information we have to digest. And fortunately, we have amazing city staff that's here to help us weed through it. And once again, this is a work session. So as far as council members, don't wait to be recognized. Please just, I'm only dressed up because of coffee with the mayor earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so dressed up. So anyway. Glad you're all here. And of course, welcome anybody from the public who's here, and of course, city staff that's here too to help answer our questions that we might have for your department. So thanks again. Turn some time over to our city manager, Tim Walsh.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Exciting day. We'll jump right in. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the guidance and leadership to this point, getting us to this point. So I'll just start off, Honorable Mayor and Council. The FY 26-27 recommended budget reflects a continued commitment to maintaining core city services, investing in critical infrastructure, supporting employee retention and recruitment efforts, and planning responsibly for long-term financial sustainability amid a cautious economic outlook. The recommended budget totals $344 million in expenditures, supported by $254.8 million in estimated revenues, and $89.2 million in planned use of fund balance and cash reserves. Budgeted revenues increased by 3.7% over the prior fiscal year, while expenditures increased by 11%, largely due to capital investment activity, personnel-related costs, and ongoing infrastructure needs. We will dive into a lot of the details today, so we'll share a lot of that. I won't read through all of this, but I think it's important as we, plan towards the future. I think it's great to look back at this past year and some of the things that we were able to accomplish with your leadership and the amazing team that we've got here at the city. If I may, I'd just like to share some of the accomplishments that we've achieved over this past year. Awards are always great. We continue to see awards for Beale Street. The Beale Street Streetscape was awarded Project of the Year for 2025 by the Arizona American Public Works Association. The city also was awarded the Keeping Hope Alive Community Impact Award by the Arizona Drug Summit, and this was for our City of Kingman and Kingman Area Meth Coalition Walk Away from Drugs event. That event has grown exponentially. It's an amazing event that we put on each year. And another award that just is I want to make sure doesn't get looked over. There's only 6 other agencies in the state that have this award. It's the Trilogy of Accreditation. And it just goes to show our law enforcement and fire and the amazing work that they do. That's the Property and Evidence Accreditation, Agency Accreditation for the police department, and then the Dispatch Center Accreditation. Just some amazing work to be one of 6 in the state. I think that's an amazing accomplishment that we've done. On top of that, we continue to get out there and interact with the public. Our city app, we successfully launched that this year. Getting that out there, and numbers continue to rise. We're doing all we can to market it, but we are getting those interactions with the public. We started Coffee with the Mayor, as the Mayor mentioned. We had that this morning. Been doing that this year. Continuing with our Citizens Academy, and then we've been increasing the town halls that we've had, really incorporating the public and trying to bring that feedback in. Some of the big projects, those are always fun, right? Flying Fortress, August we'll have that interchange complete. September we'll have the Parkway to Airway done, and Airway there. That will be a huge boon for the city, both for industrial as well as retail and all of that. It's really neat to see that project come together. We'll definitely be promoting that project next week as we go to ICSC to encourage retail and all of that growth to come in. We're fighting a good fight with the FAA. 2 steps forward, 1 back, but as long as we're heading in the right direction, we're getting there. I did just today got a letter or an email from Senator Kelly and Senator Gallego They put together a letter really pushing the issue with the FAA, saying this needs to happen. We've been in constant communication as well with Representative Gosar's team, and I know they've been having meetings with the FAA, doing all they can to make that happen.
Question for you. If we were to pivot and change our approach by going through Congress instead, could you find out when the deadline would be that we need to approach them with that ask before the process starts, where they would include that in their legislation and get it approved?
Absolutely. So, yeah, and we have had those conversations as far as, rather than go through this process, does it make sense just to attach it to a bill and get it done? And that always is a possibility. It comes down to which bill do we attach it to, and that timing. But definitely, we've had those conversations, but we can push that conversation a little bit more.
Maybe the answer to that question might be our drop dead date when we say we're not going to go this route anymore. We've had enough, and we'll just
Add it to
take an act of Congress to get it done and go that way. So
Definitely.
if you could just find that out, because I can't take many more of these emails.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the exciting front, I mentioned retail, will be at ICSC next week, but some of the exciting ones that have announced this year, we've got Hobby Lobby underway. Bosa Donuts is also underway. Both of those are looking great over there. And then another one coming in over in the Bashas Plaza, the Flame Broiler Restaurant. So some neat additions on the retail side, restaurant side. Development Services has done a complete update to the zoning ordinance and improved their processes, improving that time frame for people coming in and wanting to open businesses and that. We're continuing to work with Wave CTED, making great strides on that building and our partnership with them. I'll really say, this year's been a great year for those partnerships. Partnering with our legislation on FAA and our local or our state legislators, our partnerships with them. They awarded us $4.5 million in their last budget. $3 million for a new well, $1.5 million to continue the eastern improvements. So those partnerships really are paying dividends. The federal partnerships, we were awarded $500,000 from the feds for the Bull Mountain Channel project, which will help alleviate flooding for a number of our residents over there. Just great things going on. Water department in their public works have been installing a number of new meter reads, or new water meters, 3,500 new water meters. And these are automated meter read, I'm gonna get it wrong, advanced meter, anyway, they read automatically. We'll go there. They send in those reads daily, so our guys don't have to go out and read those meters anymore. They will be automatically sent in. It helps not just with our guys having to go out and see every meter, but also in the case of leaks, we'll be able to catch those a lot sooner, save our customers money, save the city water. So continuing to work through that, it improves efficiency as well as accuracy. And then on the parks and trails, continuing to improve. If you haven't driven by Grandview Pool, there's water in it. It looks amazing. I grew up, I think I learned to swim in that pool, and I don't know that I've ever seen that pool look that good. It really does. It's pretty neat to see. But it's been a great year. Been doing quite, the partnership with, speaking of partnerships, partnership between council and staff has never been better. I think we've been able to, with your guidance and leadership and motivation to see these improvements, really, and working with staff and their desire to come in and work and improve each day, I think we're seeing great things happening in Kingman.
Manager Walsh?
Yes.
I think along with those accolades too, we need to really, all the city team, all the improvements on Beale Street, even every day, even this morning, we had a couple of people afterwards come up and congratulate us on how well Beale Street is and what's going on down there. And of course, over 10,000, someone even told me maybe even pushing 11,000 as far as participants on our first Friday. So,
Yeah, our last First Friday saw over 10,000 people there.
so we have rejuvenated and revitalized, I think, our downtown area, especially for those who have not been here for a while. In fact, one young lady that spoke up, and she had been gone. She moved away in '91 and returned, and she is amazed at Beale Street and how well it's doing. And once again, all of us as staff, when we voted to spend those monies on that, that was huge. So, thanks again for everybody involved.
Thank you. So just I'll close out and hand it over to Tina. The City of Kingman continues to move forward through the strong leadership of the mayor and city council and ongoing dedication of city employees across the organization. Together, these efforts position the city to effectively respond to current operational needs while remaining focused on future opportunities and long-term community success. The FY 26-27 recommended budget represents months of collaboration, analysis, and planning by staff throughout the organization. Balancing service levels, infrastructure needs, priorities, and financial constraints is a complex process that requires careful evaluation and coordination at every level. The input, direction, and support provided by the City Council throughout this process have been invaluable in shaping a budget that reflects the community's priorities and the organization's strategic objectives. I would like to sincerely thank the senior leadership team and all city departments for their partnership and commitment during this year's budget and development process. Specifically, I want to thank Tina and her team for all the hours and hard work in putting this together. I don't know if Tina's seen a Saturday this past few months, but she's done. Her and her team have done an amazing job in putting this together. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Manager Walsh. And I also want to just personally thank the mayor, the vice mayor, and the city council for your direction. I want to also personally thank our senior leadership team, who is pivotal in putting together the budget. But I especially want to send out a thank you, and she's going to just shoot me for calling her out, but to Shannon Warner, who is our accounting manager. She does so much heavy lifting throughout the entire process, and she deserves so many kudos. So I want to make sure that, and sorry, Shannon. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started, and I'm going to ask Manager Walsh to help me walk through this. I guess quickly, just some housekeeping. There are a lot of materials in front of you today. It doesn't mean that we are going to cover all of it, but if there are certain questions that come up throughout our discussions today, we've gone ahead and printed. Sometimes it's easier to visualize things when you have them in print form, so you have them as an easy reference, and that's the only reason for having all of those materials in front of you today. All right, so we will start off. What we're going to cover today is we're going to look at budget development, we're going to look at the budget highlights, and then we're going to dive into operating budgets, and then lastly, our capital projects. So the process is a long process. City staff, so our senior leadership team and the city manager are involved in the process starting in November. Finance actually starts this process in September, but we started the process in November looking at capital projects and aligning those with, at that time, what the council's priorities were. And then we held a retreat with the council in December to really streamline those priorities and really update our strategic plan and come up with a little bit of a restructure of those priorities. And then in January, we do this every year, we do a year-to-date recap and work session, recap and look forward work session rather. It gives the council and the public an idea of where we stand year-to-date and what we're seeing for the future. This year, we got to incorporate a town hall into our budget process, taking feedback from those attendees. And then here we are today. And after today, we will make any modifications that the council recommends, or let me rephrase that, directs us to do. And then we will bring that back to council on June 2nd for tentative budget adoption, and then final budget adoption on June 23rd.
So we always look at several different factors when we're putting together the budget. This year was no different. There are some national indicators that we did review, and that is rising inflation. We just got inflation numbers just a couple of days ago, actually, and it is the highest that it's been in several years. So we're nearing 4% now. So that certainly has come into play. We have seen that over the last year, increasing costs. So we also identified that in some of our services, some of our projects going into the next year as well. And we know about the Middle East conflict, and certainly that is playing a role in rising energy prices. We don't know what the next year holds. Certainly it affected our fiscal year 26 estimates, as well as where we're planning to be in fiscal year 27. We got a question this morning in the coffee with the mayor and city manager about what if energy prices go on and on and on throughout the year? Do we have reserves set aside to be able to fund that? And yes, we always have our contingencies set aside to pull from if we need to do so on a longer term basis. And then one thing is there has been no change in the Fed funds rate since December. Why is that even a concern to us? The concern is it ultimately impacts the earnings that we make on the monies that we invest. It also makes a difference on the rates that the interest costs for any of the debt that we issue. So this morning, we actually bid out our Flying Fortress and Airway Avenue project. I think we got a 3.7% rate, so that's a great rate, but the fire station is planned to be financed this upcoming year too, so if nothing changes, I don't know what that rate looks like. So certainly it's going to have an impact on that. And we have a new chair at the helm, and we don't know what his policy is going to be over the next year either. So looking at the state is probably plays a very big role in our revenue forecast, and that is because the state shared revenues play such an important role in the general fund's revenues. So the state, in the governor's executive budget, she releases that in January, and it gives us a sneak preview of where the state believes that they are going to be with revenue growth. And then in April, over the last few years, they have reforecasted what that looks like. So just wanted to share with you what that looks like. In January, they were expecting their revenue growth to be a little bit more than what they are seeing in as of April. Is that going to affect things? Yes, it is going to impact our state shared revenue distributions, but not significantly. You'll notice that there is a slight decline from their January expectations, but nothing that we are too concerned about. Slower economy growth, and we are seeing that. City of Kingman is seeing that. The nation is seeing that. But again, nothing that alarms us, because by fiscal year 29, you'll see that they are expecting revenue growth to be very similar to what they originally expected. We always want to monitor the state legislative bills, and there are two that we have been monitoring, and one of those is HB House Bill 2290. That is the sourcing of online sales, and what we heard is, thank goodness that bill is dead. And I say for now because it will very likely come up in the next session, but for now it is dead. We also have the House Continuing Resolution 2016 that puts a moratorium on local governments being able to increase any sort of fees or taxes or rates, and that would be for a 4-year period. What we're hearing is that this bill may pass out of the Senate, but it does not look like it has the support to actually pass out of the House. So we are not making any assumptions as far as revenues going into fiscal year 27 and for the 5-year forecast. At this point, we're assuming neither of these bills come into play. And then we always want to look at our city's building permit activity. So I have the last 3 fiscal years, so fiscal year 26, 25, and 24, as far as the new building permits, so single-family residential, 2-family, multifamily, and then commercial, and what that has looked like from July through March over the last 3 years. And you'll see that we're not in a great place this year. We're at 121 permits through March for our single family, and we were at quite a bit, not quite a bit, but 40 more permits in our previous year. So certainly we are looking at that. And I'll go over one more slide, but I'm going to share with you why we're not going to be so concerned or too concerned for our 5-year forecast on that. So what do we think that the rest of this year, what fiscal year 26 is going to look like, and what do we think fiscal year 27 will look like? We think that we will end up issuing about 160 single-family residential new building permits, and it will slightly uptick in fiscal year 27, and our commercial permits will be about the same. I can share that we do have commercial activity. As a matter of fact, Development Services puts out a monthly report on the activity that's taking place in their department, and so we are seeing some new businesses, whether that be small restaurants that are already in review, or we even have another large hotel that's in review that might be coming to town. And then there are plenty of projects, meaning residential development projects, that are being reviewed at some point in that process, and we're seeing all sorts of dirt movement, right? So I don't know that we have I don't know that there's an alarming concern for our building permit activity. I think that once Flying Fortress opens up as well, there's a lot of activity that's going to go on over there, and there are other areas throughout the city that are growing. So we're not concerned, and we're not forecasting any sort of major concerns or major downturns in our building industry over the next 5 years. Okay, so that prefaces how we are getting to where we're going in fiscal year 27 and how we came up with our recommendations. So for fiscal year 27, the total revenue sources, so citywide total revenue sources, are $254.8 million. And I want to point you to the bottom of that chart where we see outside participation and intergovernmental, and I want to talk to those two items because they are the largest revenue generators on the chart. Outside participation merely is that it's coming from some outside source, and the reason it's so large is because we have a Kingman Crossing TI project that at some point we're hoping is going to come to fruition. If we don't budget for it and set aside some sort of revenues to cover it, we're not able to construct it. So we have $70 million in the budget coming in as some sort of outside participation for that project. So that's a big reason why that number is so large. Moving up to intergovernmental, the intergovernmental are mostly grants. It's mostly grants that we budget for expenditures as well as the revenues coming in from grants. Again, we end up submitting so many grant applications throughout the year, tens and tens of millions of dollars. We don't get awarded them all of the time, but if we did, we want to make sure that we have the money available to spend, so we offset that with revenues. Now let's look at the revenues we actually generate, which are charges for services and local sales tax are our next two largest generators, and those are our water, solid waste, and wastewater user fees, golf course, parks, and then of course we know about our local sales tax. That dollar amount, I just want to point out, the local sales tax, the $36 million that you see here, does include the 0.5% sales tax that council is currently considering. So then our total revenues were on the prior slide, but this is our totals TPT and state shared revenues. Nope, that's correct, yeah. As far as what it looks like over the next 5 years. So you will see that the red is our TPT, our sales tax, and the blue bar are the state shared revenues. Our TPT, you'll see for fiscal year 26, we expect it to be pretty flat from fiscal year 25. A slight downturn in fiscal year 27, so we are expecting our total tax to be down about 1.1%, but we believe that there will be an uptick starting in FY28 and then in the out years. We have not taken into any account of large growth that might happen in the East Bench area. Again, we try to be very cautiously optimistic and don't want to make any assumptions and then spend monies on revenues that we might ultimately not collect. So none of those possible revenues are included in our 5-year forecast. Moving on to the general fund's primary revenue sources, which are state shared revenues and TPT. Exact same story as the prior slide. So a slight decline in fiscal year 26, a little bit more of a decline in fiscal year 27 for TPT, and then in 28 we'll start to see, fiscal year 28 we'll start to see an uptick again, and the same with the state shared revenue distributions. And then I don't want to leave out our utility revenues. We have our water and our wastewater and our solid waste system revenues that include customer growth. We are seeing people move to the community, so it includes customer growth. And our water and solid waste system, the revenues on the slide in front of you do include the rate increases that were proposed at the March 17th council meeting. That will be brought before council for consideration again next Tuesday night. But for now, we have included the revenues in the 5-year forecast and in fiscal year 27. So moving away from revenues and now moving into appropriations, which are expenditures, you'll see that fiscal year 27's recommended budget has a total of $344 million in expenditures. Much of that is capital. Only $100 million or just under $100 million is operating budget. The majority of it is capital, and then there is debt and grants and some other things that are not, that are included in that figure as well. That is an increase over last year. And again, if we don't budget for it, we can't spend it. So we make sure to budget as much as we can in the event like Kingman Crossing comes to fruition. We want to be sure we have the budget capacity there. So looking at our operating budgets, we have just under a 4% increase in operating budgets from fiscal year 26. And I did include the increase from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26 in there because I want to make sure that the council is aware that the departments were asked to tighten their belts and try to figure out ways that they could continue to provide the services that they provide to our citizens on at a smaller dollar. And I think that this goes to show that they certainly did that. And as we get later into our personnel items, you'll probably even see that more, that they definitely came to the table with some ways to save money. So wanting to identify our outgoing transfers, or the primary outgoing transfers, we have transfers between funds every year, and they're pretty standard between and amongst all of the funds. However, the general fund transfers out a lot of money for different reasons, and so I always want to make sure that we cover what that looks like, and we will also cover the capital projects fund transfers this year. So this year, the general fund will transfer out reserves of just over $29 million. $22 million of that will go to the I-11 East Kingman Connection Project Fund, and that is the fund that pays for the Flying Fortress Parkway traffic interchange, any of the connector roads, and for the next connector road as well that will go from Airway to Industrial Boulevard. That's what this $22 million is for. $475,000 to the transit fund to support the transit system. Sorry, city manager. And just over $2 million to the capital projects fund. Now that is our construction sales tax. That's an informal policy that council has in place, that all construction sales tax generated by the general fund will go to capital projects, will go to the capital projects fund to pay for capital projects. So there is that transfer. And then we have over $3.8 million in debt service payments now that the general fund will also contribute. And then there's $500,000 or so for some other items. Capital Projects Fund, I want to cover that real fast because this is over a $5 million transfer that is moving out of the Capital Projects Fund this year. Also going into the I-11 East Kingman Connection Project Fund to pay for Flying Fortress Parkway from Airway to Industrial. So when we cover capital projects later in the presentation, you'll see that there's a $27 million project for the Flying Fortress extension. So what does this do to our general fund balance and our cash reserves? So you'll see with that $22 million one-time transfer out of the general fund, it does push our reserves at the end of fiscal year 26 and going into fiscal year 27 below that 30 to 35% informal policy that the council has identified. But going into fiscal year 28, we'll be back at that 40% reserve, and by fiscal year 31, we'll be back at that 30 to 35% level. Again, the adopted minimum percentage that council has in place is 25%. So we have not and will not fall below that over the next 5 years. So citywide debt, I have this slide, I'm not going to cover a lot of it, but we do get asked questions about our debt, and recently you've heard the city manager and I share that once the fire station's debt has been issued, we will be unable to issue any more debt until other general fund debt has been, is fully redeemed. But we do get questions on our wastewater treatment plant debt pretty often, and so just wanted to share here in the light blue, the number 1 and 2 is our wastewater treatment plant debt, and I can't believe that we're finally getting close to having that paid off. It will be paid off in fiscal year 28 and fiscal year 30 completely, each of those loans. So that's good news for our wastewater revenues, and then also the dark blue is our general fund debt that we currently have in place. And then the medium color blue is the most recent issue for our Santa Rosa transmission main project. Okay, so we're going to jump into personnel, and I'm going to summarize a few slides. Personnel is the most expensive part of our operating budgets. It's the highest cost of our operating budgets, and it's the same this year as well. So $50 million, or just about 50% of our operating budgets are personnel costs. That is a 5% increase over the fiscal year 26 adopted budget. So what does this year include? It does include some compensation study adjustments that Manager Walsh will cover in a few slides. It also includes a step increase for all of our employees that are on a step pay plan, and that's paid on their anniversary date. It also includes a 2% merit increase for the employees that are on the open pay plan, and that is paid on a position's anniversary date and only upon completion of a satisfactory evaluation. We are also proposing a few full-time employee changes as well, adding 5 new positions across the funds. That is a change from your recommended budget book, and we will cover that on the next slide. And the 5 new positions would be in the general fund and HERF, and then removing 1 existing position from HERF, and then reclassing 12 positions across funds, and we'll cover those as well. Insurance is increasing this year. Our insurance overall was increasing over 10%. However, we are sharing some of that with our employees. That is the recommendation. So the insurance premiums will increase anywhere between 8 and 10.2%. For employees, they will see an out-of-pocket increase for single coverage of $20 a month or $40 a month for family coverage. And then the city is also continuing to contribute to health savings accounts for those employees that are on the high deductible plan. And that is $850 that is allocated per pay period over the year for single coverage and $1,700 for family coverage.
I will let Tina catch her breath, and I'll share this slide here. So talked about new positions, some changes that we're looking as far as positions for this proposed budget. You'll see those listed here. One is a code enforcement officer. We know that this is a high priority for council in moving forward with code enforcement, helping make our city more beautiful.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
So how many code enforcement officers do we have?
So we currently have 2 positions. This would add a 3rd.
Are both of those positions filled right now?
They are. We actually just filled the second one. I don't know if they've come on. He's on a second week.
Okay.
So-
All right. And so this will be the 3rd. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And we've made great strides with this, both Development Services Director Moquin as well as Judge Springer. Judge Singer, not Springer. Judge Singer have really come together and come up with a very innovative way in addressing code enforcement. And we're just starting down that process, but seeing good results with it and response to those violations that we're issuing. So we're hopeful that adding this additional code enforcement officer will just magnify those results. So.
One follow-up. Do you know if people are using the app to send in code violations?
I'm getting a nod in the back, so yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet. So that's the first one. The second one, you'll see finance director, and you say, we have a finance director. What this is proposing to do is currently, for the past 2-3 years, Tina has served both as the deputy city manager and the finance director. So in many times, like I had mentioned previously, she does not see the weekend. What this does is proposes to separate basically that dual title, remove the finance director from Tina's responsibilities and create a new finance director position, allowing Tina to assume the role, 100% the role of the deputy city manager. You'll see that the fiscal impact is somewhat low quite a bit low for that position. Reason for that is we'd be looking to implement that later on in the year. So that would be towards the end of fiscal year 27 that we'd look to implement that. So that is the second one. With that, we had initially proposed as we were working through the budget, we had proposed a grant specialist to be added and to remove 2 positions from the police department in order to, a records clerk and an admin secretary, in order to fund the grant specialist position. As we've dug more into that, we'd like to hold off on that and may reconsider that at next year's, at a following budget, so not this budget. So we're asking that one not to be considered with this budget. And then we are looking at we're proposing a procurement buyer. Council has expressed interest in a procurement officer, having someone on board that deals with procurement. We've got a great opportunity this year, working with the county and with ASU at looking at what a combined procurement task force, department, coalition, call it what you will, what that might look like in sharing some of those resources between us and the county. So partnering with the county and with ASU, working to make that come together. So this would be our representative in that. And then parks do amazing things. They do a whole lot with the budget that they have, and they have, for the amount of staff that they have and the amount of work that they do, they've had one administrative assistant there for a number of years. This is looking to bring on some assistants bring on one assistant, I guess got to be careful with that word, right? Bring on another assistant to assist in all of the work that they're doing over there. And then looking down at street operations, we are looking to add a transportation manager and remove a street ops maintenance worker. And this goes to restructuring how things are structured out there as far as ongoing maintenance and the street operations and maintenance. So looking at some restructuring out there in order to better improve our operations and addressing road maintenance. So those are the new positions and removal of positions that were being proposed with this budget. With that, I'll pass it back to Tina.
So as far as the reclassifications, there are a handful of them. One of them, Manager Walsh alluded to earlier, that reclassing me from the deputy city manager finance director to the deputy city manager CFO, because that position would still oversee finance and still participate in some of the processes, mostly this process that we're undergoing right now. So that title would still be CFO, and then overseeing a few other departments. The grade would stay the same, though. The pay grade would stay the same. And then reclassing a grants administrator to a senior grants specialist. This position was put in place really when Bill Schilling left many years ago. We just kept the position as it was. And then as we've reevaluated over the last 4 or 5 years, realizing that we could downgrade that to a senior grant specialist, it allows a job family also once we bring on that grant specialist or ask council to approve that grant specialist in the future. And then we also have an administrative one, reclassing that to administrative 2 in parks. That particular person is doing the duties of administrative 2, so certainly we are asking that they be graded at that. And that goes for the same as the administrative secretary out at streets, also doing the work of an administrative assistant 1. And then when we look down at streets, you'll see the 2 street positions. Again, we're restructuring the streets team a bit, so we are reclassing a foreman to more of the worker level, the street ops and maintenance specialist, and then reclassing the street ops and maintenance supervisor to a crew leader. And then in tourism, reclassing one of their customer service reps to a customer service rep lead, again, creating those job families. And in engineering, a survey party chief to an assistant city surveyor. And then in water and wastewater, there's an electrician 3 position that we are not looking to retitle, just looking to change the grade based on the level of responsibilities. And then in water and wastewater also, there are a couple of individuals that are performing compliance type of work. And so trying to align those with better titles as well as where their grade is with the level of responsibilities between the two of them. So overall, the fiscal impact is below, and you'll see for across all funds, just under $400,000. And just quickly to highlight the changes, you'll see that general fund does employ most of the employees in the city. There will be a change in the general fund to 245 and a half employees. Our associate magistrate is considered a half employee, so they are the 245 and a half. And then you'll see how the employees are laid out for each of the other funds for a total of 436 and a half employees. So an increase of, an increase of 4 employees.
I will jump back in here. So I know we've shared with council that we went through a compensation study this year. And the purpose of the compensation study this year was to make sure that we're competitive in our pay across the board. We have, Chris is going to correct me here, over 250 different types of positions throughout the city. So various levels of, titles and that. We would love to have surveyed all of those and see, where each one of those land, but it's just not feasibly or fiscally able to do something like that. It'd be quite expensive to do that. So we selected 60 positions throughout the organization and used those 60 positions to basically calibrate what our current pay structure is. Those 60 positions, we looked at a number of different communities in order to see how our pay was comparable with those. And we looked at a number of communities and basically shrunk it down to communities that we know we've lost people to, communities that are within driving distance, and those types of communities, similar in demographics, population, those types of things. So the ones that we came up with were Lake Havasu, Bullhead, Flagstaff, Cottonwood, Prescott Valley, Mojave County, and then in looking at the fire positions, we included all of those cities that have fire departments, plus several nearby fire districts: Bullhead Fire District, Golden Valley Fire District, Northern Arizona Fire District, just to compare. And what our strategy was looking at what we're currently paying on entry level, and then comparing that with the 50th percentile of those folks on their entry level to make sure that we were in market. And our in market, basically we looked at, okay, entry level compared to entry level, are we within 5% up or down to that 50th percentile? If we were within 5% up or down, we considered ourselves in market. Other than that, we did looked at what would be needed in order to reach that point. Of the positions that we surveyed, 40 of the positions were found to be below market. 15 positions were found to be at market, so within that 5 up or down. Then we did have 5 of our positions that we did not have comparator data with those organizations. So some of the recommendations that came from that pay plan was a 5% structural adjustment to our pay plan. And I know this part gets a little bit confusing, and it confused me even. So I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I'll try and explain it so I can understand it. So the 5% structural adjustment basically meant our pay plan compared to the pay plans out there. They suggested that we shift our pay plan 5%. So if basically all of our levels shifted 5%. So that was just structurally. That didn't necessarily mean that all of the positions received a 5% increase. It was just structurally we're looking at moving those. Then it went in, so on the open pay plan, I'm sorry, we're talking about the open pay plan. So looking at the open pay plan, we then looked at the 60 positions that we compared, and depending on how far behind they were or at market, we made adjustments based on that. So if they were, 15% behind, we looked to place them to where they would land at market on that 50th percentile of entry level. Now, that was the initial move. We also had to look at internal compression and comparing, if we had a position that was, say, 20% behind, but the supervisor for that position was only 5% behind. Obviously, if we move them to 20%, now they're going to be making the same as, or right up against their supervisor. So there were some adjustments that were made based on that as well. So it wasn't just here's the study, move them up. It was quite the operation. Both Krista and Tina put a lot of time into working through all of this to figure out where all of that landed just right. And so that's what we did on the open pay plan. On the step plans, we looked at the steps and again compared with the other agencies, based that entry level on the 50th percentile in order to make sure that we were in market. On fire, we looked at both the firefighter and the captain positions. On the firefighter, we found that we were about 10% behind. On the captain, we showed that we were at market with where we were with the captain pay. On the police step plan, we only compared the officer position, and we showed that we were about 8% behind on our officer positions. So we adjusted those pay plans based on those findings. We also looked at the structure on the police step plan. We looked at the structure of both DPS and the county sheriff's office, in that they do not have, currently we have a 10-step pay plan. From min to max, it's a 10-step plan. Both DPS and the sheriff's office and other agencies around do a reduced steps as you move up in the plan. So our proposed for the police reduces the sergeant steps from 10 to 7 and the lieutenants from 10 to 5. So those are included, and you'll see on the next few slides. So just to give you an idea, here is some, and these are not all the positions, this is just a sample of some of the positions that we looked at on both the open pay plan as well as the steps. For example, you'll see groundskeepers. The 50th percentile shows the minimum at $41,444 a year, and we were at a $33,883 a year, so 22% behind where market is. You'll see a transit operator, we were at market, so they were showing $39,967 as the minimum, and us and we're currently paying the $39,229. So as you go through, and then as you go down to the steps, you'll see the firefighter, as I'd mentioned, was just under 10% behind, number 23 down there at the bottom, with the the 50th percentile showing 55,814, and we're currently at 50,821 as our entry level. And then police officer, 50th percentile at 64,979, and the police officer, where we are at 60,237. So with that, I'd mentioned the step plan that we are currently at. You'll see on the slide here, shows the step plan we're currently at, and then the step plan that is being proposed. And then this is for police, the next is for fire. You'll see the step plan where we currently are, and then the step plan that was proposed based on the study. And let's see. So the overall proposed open pay plan restructure can be found at the end of your packet. It will show all of those 250 plus positions with where they currently are range-wise, and then where they're being proposed to go to range-wise.
If I can just share with the mayor and council that the slides are a little bit small, a font, so there are the packets in front of you that lay out the pay plans and all of the positions that were surveyed in the packets on the table.
So those are the pay plans that have been proposed. Just wanted to share, so the pay plans that are being proposed, we had previously budgeted in the forecast, we had previously planned on a 2% COLA at the start of the year and a 2% merit for open pay plan on their anniversaries. And then with police and fire, we had planned for a 2% COLA with a step increase on the annual anniversary as well. So that, had we followed what we have done traditionally, that would have resulted in just under $1 million increase to the budget. Looking at this comp study, the increases that are being recommended based on the comp study come in just under $4 million. So an increase from what was initially planned at around $3 million. And I will say, as Tina mentioned previously as well, looking at this, our personnel are our most expensive, one of the more expensive things that we deal with a budget, but also one of the most important assets that we have as a city is our personnel and the many things that they do. And we've seen, unfortunately, recently, based on pay and where we are with our compensation, we have seen a number of departures, leave, and then not only seeing people leave, but then also some difficulties in recruiting for some positions. And I think part of that can be attributed to pay. So in wanting to retain the amazing staff that we have, as well as be able to recruit qualified staff, compensation really is a big part of that. And recognizing that, going back to what Tina had said previously, we worked with each of the department, and I am very proud of all of the departments and the work that they went in their budgets to streamline their budgets, to be able to come up with, to find efficiencies, find where there were opportunities to cut and be able to provide these savings so that we could see something like this happen. So with that, those are the compensation studies. I will pause. I know there is additional discussion here. I know there are some additional proposals that have been laid out there. So I'd be happy to pause and open it up to council.
It doesn't matter, I can. I just, hearing you say that pay is a huge reason, a big reason why we're losing people. Do you have any statistics to back that comment up? I'd like to know if we are losing people for pay, where are we losing them, and where's, to what degree? Is it a large percentage?
We have details and statistics back to 2020. So starting the fiscal 20 year, we started tracking.
I'd like to just stick with the most current, because I know we made some, we did a comp study, how long ago was it 2020?
2023, Vice Mayor.
23. I'd like those statistics, Krista.
Oh yeah, no problem. I just wanted to give you the fact that our turnover and our vacancy rate has actually decreased, but there are those harder to fill positions that I think Manager Wash is referring to. So we do have turnover at I'll pick on Mike, the groundskeeper level, but we don't have a difficult time filling that necessarily. It is the managers, supervisors, directors that were really in city engineer. We've really had a hard time recruiting those for pay.
Okay.
So let me get my statistics for you, and I can kind of go over that for you.
And
I guess my point is, I want to see where the leakage is. I want to see, yes, we want to pay our people what they're worth, but we also are comparing to communities that have property tax. And we are comparing some of our public safety to the sheriff's office, and they have a bigger pool of money to draw from. So I'm just trying to get it into perspective, and I really want to know, if this is an issue, if we are losing individuals due to pay.
And Vice Mayor, I thank you for that. And I want to go back on my statement. Pay is always a factor. Obviously, when you're recruiting, when you're retaining, pay is always a factor. I don't know specifically overall that is our specific issue of, always it is pay. I will say, as Krista alluded to, and I didn't mean to paint her into a corner to have to find back that up with that, but I know, hiring some of especially the higher levels, it took us about a year to recruit a city engineer. We've just recently lost our public works director, and wanting to be able to, find that same caliber, being able to have that higher pay, or not higher, competitive pay in order to be able to attract those candidates as well.
Well, and I guess too, I mean, another comment that I have is, yes, I recognize those are probably harder to fill positions, because they do, I imagine the higher up in skill you get, the more competitive the position becomes, and wage becomes very important. Benefits become very important. So I'm just wondering, I mean, I know we did an overall comp study of all the ranges of employees that the city has. I don't know. I almost want to be hyper-focused on those specific areas. We're doing the 2% COLA, I mean, it's not proposed for this year, but we have been doing the 2% COLA. I imagine there are some wage gaps, but I want to hyper-focus on those highly skilled areas. And with this comp study, I feel like it just skews the numbers, because it was done on every position within the city.
And the reason for that, and thank you for that, the reason that we looked at those 60 positions were in order to calibrate our pay plan. Basically look at, we were selective in the positions that we picked. We've got anywhere from groundskeeper to civil engineer to city surveyor to recreation coordinator. And the idea was, based on that broad spectrum of positions, being able to go back into our pay plan and calibrate the overall pay plan based on those 60 positions. So that was the approach with it. I think we had initially looked at, I think the proposal was 40 positions when we first went with the comp study, but Krista was able to twist some arms and get them to get up to that 60, so we had a little bit better view of what all we have there.
But to that point, we're also seeing, we're seeing a huge increase in the budget, and it's across the board. So that number gets very large.
Yes.
So the more you threw into the pot, the more opportunity I don't know. I just would have liked to have seen this been a little more hyper-focused on those positions. I know I'm repeating myself, but I think it's very important, because not that the other positions don't deserve, but now we are dealing with this very large number across the entire city to get everybody compensated correctly. So I guess that's just a comment and an observation.
Before I dig into public safety, one of the things that really bothered me last year with the hiring of our engineer was that it sat out there for a very long time. And I remember we were having conversations about, can't we do something different? You're obviously not competitive. Is there a contingency budget? So when you have a position like your lead engineer, you can't live without that role. Is there contingency so you can in real time go out and say, okay, here's who else is hiring for this position, this is what they're paying, these are they've got a bonus, they've got moving, they're doing this, that, and we need to match that now and not wait until next year's budget or something else, wait all this time to fill that role. For the ones like what Cherish is talking about, those ultimately very important roles where we have turnover, we're not capturing the best of the best, maybe we're not even getting applications, and it's because we're just not competitive enough to catch someone's attention.
It's a good question, and definitely a good suggestion as far as to approach it that way. I think, no, I like the idea. I think historically, basically, we have the pay plan in place. We look at, okay, here's what we're offering for it, and then we try and land within that. I think that's a great suggestion and idea as far as if we're not seeing qualified applicants to then, okay, let's pause this, let's do that individual study, and do that. So I think, to answer your question, I think there is opportunity to do something like that. I don't know if I'm missing something that,
I'll just speak to the overall pay plan, that concerns that you all have. The top positions, whether it's the city engineer or when we went to hire for our city manager, we found that we were way under market for those positions. So this study was 60 positions, to your point. Should we have only studied the engineer, and then next year we'll have to study this one? So we did a comprehensive study to get us up to where we thought that market was. We know we're not going to be above 50th percentile, but that's where we had to be. We are so constrained, like you were just seeing that big number at the bottom of the page. But if you say, oh, only the top city employees get that money and public safety, and everybody else is going to quit, so we won't have anybody to do those lower jobs. Yes, it's easy to fill them because we have great benefits, we pay fairly, but they're going to get tired of not seeing the compensation. So we have saved money in the past for hiring bonuses, relocation to entice those higher qualified positions. We offer.
How much money did we spend last year in bonuses for hiring?
We didn't use it.
Okay.
So we had several candidates on the hook for city engineer, and just things that it did not turn out. We had somebody that was signed on, we were ready to hire him. He had an out-of-country issue, and he did not come back. So.
Krista, I believe, did we not, we've used those bonuses as far as moving.
Oh, yeah, we use the
yes.
moving relocation, and we've used that several times. I don't have the dollar amount, but as far as the traditional hire-on bonus, sign-on bonus, we haven't actually paid any of those.
Okay, so we're not using that. And do you know what's budgeted for those bonuses every year?
Councilwoman Staley, we have contingency set aside in the event that we do need to offer some sort of moving bonus or just a one-time hiring bonus. This year, in fiscal year 26, I want to say we set aside citywide, I think, a couple of $100,000 or just under that to be able to tap into, but we haven't tapped into that, but it is available. If I can just speak to those difficult positions. So certainly for some of those difficult positions, and Krista and City Manager Walsh, please tell me, to hush if I need to hush, but certainly city engineer, we can look at and say, okay, we're going to bring them in at, another $20,000 higher because that's what we need to recruit that position. But then what happens, and we've seen this happen especially in the engineering department recently, is that, well, then the other directors are now that $20,000 below, right? So then at some point, because the levels of responsibility are similar in most of the areas, then what do we do with them? And then now the assistants, what do we do with them? So it ends up being kind of this ripple effect. And so that's one of the reasons why we try to keep the certain types of positions in the same grades. And to your point, offering a hiring bonus or a moving bonus sometimes is the best way to address that.
Okay.
Can you tell me again, I know Lake Havasu has a primary property tax, correct?
Yes,
Bullhead City has a fire district, but no primary property tax, correct?
that's correct.
Flagstaff,
I
do we know?
don't know,
Cottonwood, do we know?
don't know.
This is where I'm going with this. We only have a TPT pot to draw from. And I think it's unfair, although in size, comparison is good, but again, just like we're trying to compare the TPT tax, apples to apples, it's just not fair to compare bigger pots of money to our constrained funds. And I'm just throwing that out there because that was part of my analysis when I was going through this. I was thinking to myself, well, you know, what are their budgets, and what diverse revenue streams do they have to draw off of? You know, I mean, yeah, we're going to always be compared to Lake Havasu, and they're always going to be paying more than us. And I understand the whole 50 percentile thing, but I would be interested to know that, because we're not comparing to apples. I don't know how the other council feels, but, you know, we don't have a really big pot to draw from.
Well, as far as the public safety, if we don't compare to them, we're gonna lose to them.
And I agree
mean,
with
they'll
that.
live here and drive
But
to
we can't just keep keeping up with the Joneses, and the Joneses are MCSO. And every time we raise ours, they raise theirs. And where they get the money, who knows? They're very creative at that level. But I agree that we need to look at getting close. And I did see some figures in here that were in the 50, there's a 50 percentile analysis. But we can't keep keeping up, because at some point we're going to get to a level where we're not going to be able to do anything else with the funds except pay for staff merit increases and, you know, COLAs and all those things. Something has to change.
I think, I agree something has to change. And it feels sometimes like these budget meetings are kind of like that movie Groundhog's Day with Bill Murray. And every year we're like wanting to fix this, change that, and then we come back. The police department's a great example. Every year since I've been here, and actually the year before I started, it was about, we have these openings. We've always had these openings. How can we get them filled? But we have yet to accomplish that. And so I think something has to change. But looking at this as a business owner, even if I was up against a large corporation that just had more resources, I would still have to find a way to pay my employees what that corporation was paying. Otherwise, I would lose them to the corporation, and I would be left with less skilled employees, and then I would be able to produce a lesser product. And so for me, when I think about, as I looked through this, what has to change, I think we have to look at what's a priority in the sense of making cuts to services or to departments that aren't providing a necessary service, so that we can make these adjustments. That's how I looked at this, is that, yeah, there are probably some services we're providing that we maybe can't afford to provide anymore, and should shift that priority to making sure that the police department is fully staffed, for example.
Well, and to that point, since we're on police, you know, in my conversations with police, I feel like it's more than just a compensation challenge. There are other things that could be done in the police department. Like, I don't know if Chief is here. He might be the first one.
In the hot seat.
I just had some general questions for you, Chief. Just generally, I mean, do you feel like it's a total compensation package, or do you find in my conversations, I'm hearing that it's more than just compensation. It's the ability to have, beyond SWAT. It's the ability to have a canine. It's the ability. It's career opportunities and challenges. It's more than just a compensation challenge. What would you say to that?
I would say it is, but if I had to put a weight to it, I'd probably put 60% compensation And then the others are just our ability to support those other functions. Some of them might be needed, some of them are not necessary for what we're currently doing.
And since you're here, what percentage of staffing are you losing to compensation at this moment in time?
We haven't lost any, I don't know, but there hasn't been many in the last 3 years. We have lost a couple. Our current struggle is attracting people
Okay.
to our area. A lot of the people, when I say people, applicants and laterals, are interested or they have a connection to the community, whether they're from Kingman or they have family here, as far as lateral officers are coming from other parts of the country, or people in the area, they want to live here. So that's our current competition, are those that are focusing on staying within or close to Kingman or Mojave County. So
So-
that's where we're struggling.
So would you say that it's more funding that needs to be shifted to recruitment? Are you looking for, like, to Counselor Staley's, are you looking for that carrot to dangle out in front of them? Are you looking for, if it's not all about compensation, what would be something that you could suggest that could be enhancement to your recruitment program?
So all of the recruitment things that we've done over the last 4 to 5 years have been focused on all the positives we have to offer. We do have a lot of positives. Our schedule, our equipment, our training, our culture is very positive. We're very well respected in the area. But when we recruit through that, what it comes down to is they look at the compensation. That's what it ultimately lands on. So they're looking at ours, and then they're looking at our struggle, our challenger down the street. And that's my opinion where they're making their final decision.
Okay. That was helpful. Thanks.
Actually, Chief and Krista, of the several that we've lost over the last 3 years, has it been all because of compensation, or has it been because of family and other ties? And that's oftentimes what happens too, and that's why I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, this fiscal year, we've lost 3 employees, and none of them were for compensation.
None of them compensation, okay. I
Well,
appreciate, well,
Sorry to butt
ahead.
in there. There was just recently, though, a lateral applicant who was choosing between the sheriff's
And
department.
they went to the sheriffs, yes, ma'am.
Right. So maybe, you don't have an example of somebody we recently lost, but that is a loss. And that's a huge loss. When you lose a lateral that's already there, ready to be hired, you're saving, what is it, $89,000, because you don't have to train a brand new recruit. They were here, they were ready. I was curious about that process. Were we able to go back to them and ask them what the sheriff offered and then make a counteroffer?
So no, not currently. Currently, we're stuck with our step plan. Which, for the officer, step plan, the 10 steps is good for us. It's just what the current rates are. This person, we have the ability to bring somebody in. I think he was a 3 or 4 year officer at that grade for us. So we already know what he's being offered with the sheriff's office because we're very aware of where that is
Yeah.
for him as well.
I am really frustrated by this process, and I have a lot of concerns. I can say with certainty that our community is very worried about the uptick in violent crime. And, we want to get Kingman back to where it was, which maybe is not possible with the growth, but certainly having a fully staffed police department would help. And it's not that the police officers aren't doing an amazing job. I was really moved at the award ceremony and the work they're doing, and they're increasing production even though they're stretched so thin. And I know that our community really values them and values the work ethic and how much they care about our community, And when you add, the increase in violent crime, when you think about the annexation, and it's not that we haven't calculated how much it will cost to add the officers that we need, it's really that we aren't going to be able to fill those additional spots. And I'm sure that's why we're not asking for more officers this year. I was recently reminded about an article about Sheriff Schuster in the Kingman Minor. Tim, thank you for that. In November, on November 17th of 25, an article came out, and Sheriff Schuster was announcing that they were fully staffed. They had hired all the deputies that they needed. And the article talks about how, you know, when he was first elected, which was in 2016, he implemented a 10-year plan because they were short-staffed. They did not have adequate buildings. They didn't have the equipment they needed. They had a lot of problems. And so since then, he implemented this strategic plan that was over a 10-year period. And it was successful. It's fully staffed. And now, as I understand, and talking to the county manager, he's about to add 24, he's gonna ask for 24 new deputies. And so not only are we paying our officers less than the sheriff's office, but now he's gonna be out there competing for 24 new bodies, and we could lose more to him, or we could just not be able to recruit anyone new because he's gonna be able to capture them with higher pay. So obviously, where I'm headed with this is that I think it's paramount that we do increase the officer pay to match the sheriff's office, and we will have to keep doing that every time they increase. Otherwise, we're gonna stay with these 8 openings. But really, what I wanna ask today, Tim, is for you to put together a strategic plan that will focus on attraction and retention, that will look at some of the new strategies for hiring that you and I have recently talked about. I think it'll take probably a team of people to put together that strategic plan, but something that can be implemented right away. And then the follow-up question would be, do you think that you're gonna need additional funds budgeted for a strategic plan that would be implemented in this fiscal year?
I don't know the answer on the last part, as far as additional funds for a strategic plan. Definitely I'll work with Chief and HR Director to look at what that looks like, and head down that direction. But at this point, not knowing what that looks like, I'm not sure what that funding would look like. So to be determined, I guess.
Another tough question would be, when do you think you could present a plan to the council?
As far as a strategy moving forward, I think the 3 of us can get together, look at where we're at, where we need to go, and we can bring something back to council. I would say within a couple of months, we could have something to you as far as making sure that we're covering the bases that council wants to see in that strategic plan. So have basically a draft framework, have that discussion, share what we've got so far, and then take direction and complete that.
Okay. I think that when you're struggling to be successful in an area, if there's somebody near you that's doing it, just don't recreate the wheel, just do what they're doing. But he's been able to make it happen while we continue to struggle with this. And so I will segue that into my support for increasing the pay in the way that we've discussed. I think we have to talk about where we'll make cuts in order to do that. But I'm confident that if we don't do something, we're going to be in a worse position next year. And I just don't want to see that happen.
Chief, before you go, the 8 positions that you're down, can you tell me why you're down? Is there personnel that's out? Is there
These are, the 8 we're referring to are strictly unfilled
positions?
positions.
Okay.
Nothing
That's
due
helpful.
to injuries or FMLA.
Okay, perfect.
Chief, I think I have 6 officers and 1 sergeant. I think that's 7. Is there another one?
It's 7 or 8. Yeah, 8's the number we've been using a lot.
Tim, when you put that strategic plan together, can you compare what's in Sheriff Schuster's budget as far as per officer and what we currently have?
You bet.
Can that be a part of your presentation? Thank you.
I might add to that, one of the things in the article is that he was able to receive $25 million in grants over that period of time. So they're more aggressive towards getting grants, and they received $9 million from our state legislators. So,
And I
that hasn't been something that we've had our lobbyists working on.
I would say they're also the county.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Right.
if you're going to compare, we need to compare with the resources that we have. So, I mean, you make a lot of really good points, but we also have to remember that they're the county, and their funding, their state funding is
Right.
a little bit different than how it filters down to the cities.
And I will say, I haven't read that article recently, so I'm trying to remember what that funding went towards. I believe, I know a big chunk of funding was towards their new facilities.
Yeah.
They put a number of, I think, Mojave Valley, Havasu, I think they got new
did.
facilities in quite a few
They
places.
did, but that has been a discussion we've had in the past, is
Yeah.
that they're running out of space.
Yep.
So if we hire more officers for annexation, there's maybe the potential of looking for outside sources of revenue to fund another building, a larger building. But if we don't have a plan and really take a holistic approach to this, we're gonna annex, we have to grow, we have to fill these positions, you're out of space. We need a canine officer maybe, or we need SWAT. If you don't sit back and take a look at it and really how are we gonna get there? And it's always just gonna be Groundhog's Day.
Good point. That is, we'll definitely take a look at that and
Okay.
see what we can do. I know, I mean, as far as grants, I know both our grants writer as well as Chief's team, they are very diligent on the grants. Chief, not necessarily towards buildings, but definitely on a lot of the support, magnet grants and a number of other grants that we do receive through there. But yeah,
They were listed in the report. I'm not saying they're not getting grants, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's maybe something that we're missing.
definitely.
My turn.
Your turn.
I'll go back to public safety in just a minute. The open pay plan, you surveyed 60 employees. I may have missed it, but what are you doing for the rest of the city employees that are not counted in that 60? Are we not doing anything? Are we doing something? What are we doing?
Good question. So what we did was we selected 60 positions. So not necessarily 60 employees, 60 positions. And you'll see, a list of some of those positions that we looked at. And then based on those, and this is just 25, there's another 35 there. Math's right? Yeah, another 35. So using those 60 positions, a lot of them have, other related positions to it. So if you look at your solid waste operator, he'll have a supervisor, a crew lead over that. Basically, you'll have that job family that works together. You have on this number 8 is wastewater treatment plant operator 1. Well, there's a plant operator 2, there's a plant operator 3, and that you have a building and life safety inspector, crew leader, planner, you'll have a planner 2. So basically what you do is you take these 60 positions that we took, and you then calibrate the rest of the pay plan based on those 60 positions. So you'll know, okay, so let me find one. So you got a civil engineer. You know that you have an engineer in training. You have a civil engineer 2, an assistant city engineer. So if this civil engineer is behind 5%, you move him to where he needs to be, and then that separation that you have between that position and the one above it, you make those adjustments as well. So all of the positions, we looked at all of the positions as part of this practice, as part of this exercise, but we utilized these 60 positions in order to inform all of the positions, if that makes sense.
So basically what you're saying is everybody is being addressed. All employees potentially will see some type of an increase. It isn't like we're leaving 50% of our staff untouched.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So yes, every position was looked at and addressed, and depending on where the 60 positions that we study landed, we were then able to address the remainder of those positions based on those 60. That's a good question.
All right. My compliments to Tina and her staff and all of the staff for all of this. I think after tonight, I'm going to be blind from all of the reading I've done and studying I've tried to do. I agree with Jamie that my opinion is whether we should be at the 50 percentile or not, my feeling is whatever we are at, we need to remain competitive so that we do not lose people to other agencies just because of the money. Apparently, we haven't lost many recently, but you got to look down the road because after our compensation package was compared to last year's rates of other departments, and I'm talking public safety now, other departments, both police and fire. And that brings us a little closer, not even there, but closer. But now these folks potentially are going to get an increase, which then drops our pay increase lower in comparison. Of course, we can't always keep up with the Jones. I understand that too. But we have to stay competitive, or at a certain point, whether it's this year, next year, or 5 or 10 years, we're going to be losing people that we should not have been losing if we plan correctly now. On top of that, when you look at the pay scale, we have gotten a little bit closer at the low end, at the minimum, but one of my concerns is at the high end. Because now when you look at the comparison, the high end is there's a wider gap. And we have to seriously consider addressing that issue also. Because we might have 10-year employees that are either, in regards to the fire department, an engineer, or even beginning captain. And then a local or another department flashes a lot of money, and in a lot of cases, which is terrible to say, money brings you to go. And when you're talking potentially losing experience or the lack of gaining experience, as we just went through apparently, that's a huge, I'll say, slap in the face, because we're losing quality people that we have no business losing to. Is this the time or not the time to talk about the proposed compensation proposals? Is this going to be brought up later or now?
This would be the time.
This would be the time, okay. We had that brought to our attention, and under Proposal 3, which basically gives the fire department, thank you, Chief. Proposal 3 basically gives the fire department what they were proposing and a good amount of what the police department was proposing. We have to come up with basically $500,000. After going through the book, after all the capital improvements and everything else, obviously, yeah, I'd love to dig out in the backyard and find gold, but that probably isn't going to happen. but with the fire department, they were asking a 2% in between steps, which would benefit and help with the difference with their low and their high. That would get it a little bit closer. Well, obviously, the 2%, unless we can magically come up with $500,000, that's not going to happen. But a question I have is what, and I know the numbers aren't available today, but I'm asking to see if you would research. If you were to increase the step of engineering captain instead of 1.5 or the 1.6, 1.5 to a 1.7 straight across, what, and keep the police the way that proposal 3 is, what would be the amount instead of the 2%, making it 1.7? That's going to get us a little bit closer. It's not going to get us there, but it's at least a step in the right direction. I'm interested to know, obviously, it's not going to be 500,000 that we have to come up with, but could it be 200,000? I'm just making up numbers.
So I would say, I believe, just if my numbers are right, and actually I've got it right here. So the difference, the difference right now from proposal 2, so which is the staff recommended step increase for both police and fire, and the staff recommendations for the open pay plan. The increase from that to option 3, which includes the 2% step to step for fire and getting the police department competitive, basically on the same entry and exit as sheriff on the various steps or various positions. For police, matching the sheriff's department is an increase of $326,948, so $327,000. The increase for the for the fire department to go from what was proposed to a 2% increase between steps is an increase of $172,350. If we were to, like, as you're proposing, decrease the 2% down to, say, 1.7 for engineers and captains, you may see that drop from 172 to, say, 100 maybe. So even cutting it in half, now we're looking, say it drops to 100 just for easy numbers. Now we're looking at, instead of an increase of 500,000, you're looking at 426. If that makes sense. So your police, the difference between what was proposed to what was that gets police competitive with sheriff, basically gets them on the same entry and top out as the sheriff, is an increase of 326. So if we leave that alone, you still have that 327. You still have that 327 on the table. Any adjustment to fire would address the 172,000.
And is there any adjustments, sorry, Chief, but is there any adjustments we could do for proposal 3 on the police side to also help? If we're doing adjustments on the fire side, could we do adjustments on the police side to improve where we're at now, but maybe not be right there as what that proposal was? I'm just trying to play with numbers to make things a little more attractive to both departments, showing that we're trying to make steps forward to meet the goal, but not breaking the bank.
No, I appreciate that. And I will say, both Chief Cooper and Chief Yeager, we met with representations from both the fire department and the police, Fire Association and the Police Association, come and see what their proposals were, see, what we could do to try and get as close as we could to those. I will say, I think the consent, obviously, what was proposed is where they'd like to see it go. I think there was some recognition, I know, both great folks to work with. I will say, on the police side, there was some recognition of the improvement in the step plans, just moving from the 10-step down to the 10-7-5 was a big improvement for them. Not to speak for them, but I think honestly, I think any improvement would be welcome. They have their goals of where they'd like to see, where they'd like to see them paid. But I think anything we do would be an improvement from where it is right now. But again, it is looking at, if we look at our competitors, Havasu, Bullhead, obviously, they are our competition. We've lost people there. But for our local, our police force here, I agree. The cycle of the competition of, they raise, so we raise, so they raise, it's very frustrating, but it's very easy for one of our officers to not have to move, not have to do anything, and just go to work across the street. So I do recognize that. And I will say, the proposals that were being raised weren't crazy. They weren't completely out in left field. They're reasonable requests. It's really, from a staff perspective, it's trying to find the money. It's how do we fund those? They weren't crazy requests. They make sense. They're logical requests. But in dealing with, over 400 employees and trying to retain all 400 of those employees and trying to provide that, be competitive on all levels, there's some give and take with it, and trying to make that affordable. I know, police and fire, obviously, they're top priorities, but they don't get far without the support from IT, from HR, from finance. All of those things provide that support to be able to help them do their job. So, I think it's critical across the board that what we do is we look at all those positions so that we can retain as much as possible.
I totally agree that we need to look at all the positions. I'm not saying anything against that at all. What I would like is if maybe over the next, not Saturday, but over the next while, if the numbers can be looked at for
Absolutely.
both police and fire, not necessarily giving what the proposal 3 is, but just seeing where it might be versus how much. If magic can't be made this year, okay, it can't be made. But if we then can keep it in the forefront of our minds for next year, especially with the possibility of seeing, and I always forget the word, assessments, right? Is that my magical word that I always forget? If we do happen to see assessments starting to trickle in or, flood us, would be wonderful.
Fingers crossed.
And development in the Flying Fortress interchange area, and we see buildings and potential sales tax, maybe we can truly address this issue in the next year or the next couple of years. I just feel this is an extremely important element.
Absolutely.
And I agree with Jamie that we need to stay competitive so we don't lose potential applicants because of money.
Thank you.
Okay.
And a good part of that competitiveness comes down to retirement. Because your guys that have been with you a long time, their best 3 years is what they're going to get paid on. So if somebody else is a lot higher than we are, and they're close, they're gone. Because it just makes sense economically. So if we can't stay competitive we're gonna lose. So,
So I just wanted to, I wanted to state that, yes, I do want to stay competitive. So that's not what I don't want to not stay competitive. I just think that this jump is just significant. I have a question though on comp plan proposal number 2, where you say the open pay plan, comp study adjustments. So if you fall into that category where you have a comp study adjustment and you're adjusted, do you also get the 2% anniversary merit increase?
That would be the plan, yes. So as previously, in previous years, what we've looked at is a COLA beginning in July, and then at your anniversary, upon a successful review, then you would see a merit increase as well. So what's being proposed is no COLA, just the market adjustments this year, and then on those anniversaries, both for police and fire, a step increase, and then for open pay plan, it would be a 2% merit increase based on a successful review.
Do we know what that equates to in dollars throughout the organization, that 2% anniversary merit increase?
Vice Mayor, I don't have that information easily available. But I can certainly,
Sorry.
no, but I can certainly, I could probably put something together even during our break or something, at least some sort of figure, an estimate of some sort for you.
I'm just curious as to what it equates to for dollars, because those people that are jumping up because they need to go up according to this comp study.
There. We trade places with the other 3 agencies that are really more competition to us, you know, like Havasu, Bullhead, and the Sheriff's Department. And we go back and forth. Looking at the chief's report and that new proposed thing, that puts us behind DPS, Havasu, and Bullhead, but we are close. I mean, it's within a $2,000 difference between Havasu and us. And I said this last time too, and I want to take care of everybody. That's the hard part. We need to remember, besides, we still have another 270 employees we need to worry about? And they all have this desire to make more money. We all do in our jobs as we strive to do a good job and perform. So I never want to lose fact, we've got to remember them too. Because if we're trying to make these adjustments and pay these guys more, these men and women more, well, what about the rest of the city? I said that 3 years ago. We cannot forget them. So.
And I totally agree. That's why my first question addressed the open pay plan. But the comment that we are going to be within $2,000 $2,000 of our local, that's only if they don't get any increase whatsoever. And whether they get COLA or they get an increase, whatever, now that separation then isn't 2,000, it goes back to maybe what it is right now.
Well, and once again, it's a vicious cycle. Just like the sheriff's department raised theirs, we raise ours, and someone's going to step out and do it again. Unfortunately, we're oftentimes playing catch up. So we try to.
I hope that everyone understands that the council does feel that all the city staff is important. Retention overall is very important. You only have one department that always has these openings, though. So you don't want the rest of your team to be upset that we're always talking about the police department. But the reality is that there's only one department that always has openings that we have not been able to get them fully staffed. And so we have to do more, and we have to do something different, and we just have to tackle this problem, and we can't ignore it any longer. So I'm looking at the proposal 3 and the proposal 4, and my question is about the getting the police department in line with the sheriff's office. If we do 3, only the entry and the max will be in line. And so when we're talking about that lateral employee, for example, that we lost, this would not address that pay, would it?
It would.
It would,
So-
which
so-
one, 3 or 4?
Both would. So,
Okay.
so ultimately, with step 3, or with option 3, what we would do is realign the step plan to where our entry and their entry line up, and our top out and their
At
top
each
out.
level?
Yes.
Okay, I was
so-
thinking it was entry employee, like
I'm sorry.
a
Yeah, no,
new
so-
recruit.
So
Okay.
officer, sergeant, lieutenant would all align both entry level and top out. So then we would, they have a different structure. Their sergeants and lieutenants both are only on 5, and then their officers are on 11 steps. Ours would be a 10-7-5. So we would align the entry and the top out the same. We would just have different number of steps for each of those. So officers, we'd have 10 steps. Our entry on officer and our top out on officer would be the same. On our sergeant, we'd have 7 steps where they have 5. Our entry and our top out would be the same. So it would be, a little bit off in the middle, but your entry and, if you're dividing that difference between top out and entry by 7 versus divided by 5, those in the middle will be a little bit different, but entry and top out would be the same, and ultimately it'd be pretty close.
Okay. I think I could live with 3 if, when you were doing the strategic plan, you were looking into other incentives,
Yeah.
hiring incentives, or whatever it is you find in your research
Yeah.
to help fill those 8 spots.
Absolutely.
And I would just say, you sent out an email talking about what could be reduced in order to get us to 3. And I think that removing the yellow line from transit, as well as reducing capital projects, because every year we have capital projects that do not get accomplished, and they get booted down and down and down. So really, there is room within capital projects to move that over to help make up for this. And I don't think that we're really going to be harmed as far as building new infrastructure, because those likely were not the priority projects that were really going to get completed in that fiscal year. That's my opinion.
I support removing the yellow line.
Mr. Mayor, may I comment on something?
of course.
Just a little clarification for you, Vice Mayor. So when you talk about the 2% merit for the employees and going down to 1%, or anyway, trying to compress that, I just want you to understand that that's the same as the step plan. So the only way that our employees see movement across the pay plans, because they want to also get, because they don't have a step plan, that's the only way they can see any movement. So if you have a $20 employee and you give them a 1% raise, that's 20 cents or $400 a year. So I understand exactly where you're coming from because it's multiplied, but that's the number one thing I get asked every time. Well, how do you move across the pay plan? How do I get to, the end? And on the step plan, which is what public safety has, they're guaranteed every year that 2% or whatever their step is. So that's the open pay plan's version of the steps.
And I understand that.
Okay.
But and thank you though for reminding me that there will be several, so I'll add a request. I would like to know how many positions within the city are gonna get bumped up according to the comp study. Because those individuals, if we're looking at, 13% increase or whatever that looks like, plus another 2%, that's 15%. I'm also looking at it at an annual fiscal, we're gonna revisit this, I'm sure, in the next year,
Yeah.
right?
I just meant if it's market, we actually need to adjust them, based on the market study. But I understand exactly where you're coming from. I just didn't want to have the general employees think, well, how come public safety gets a step each time and we're not going to get as much for our merit, our step that year. So I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, thank you.
And I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying if you have an employee that's getting a 20% raise this year to move up to market, maybe they don't get the merit for this year, but
Yeah,
not.
I think it's something to consider, for
Okay, I
sure.
wanted to make sure I.
Yeah, I think
I-
it's something
I
to
was clear.
consider. I mean, my
Yeah.
goodness, I mean, if we're gonna make this fair across the board, let's make it fair across the board. So,
Vice Mayor, I have the figure that you asked for earlier. So for merit, if we got rid of the merit increase across the board, we would save about $320,000. If we gave a 1% merit, it would save us about $160,000. And then on top of that, there are 20 employees that are considered topped out or that would not get any sort of compensation adjustment other than a one-time sort of special distribution, to answer that question.
a comp study adjustment,
Correct.
20
There are 20
in the whole organization?
in the whole organization.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just as a reminder, and Chris, I appreciate you being polite and asking, but it's so important. I want to, just not only you as department heads, this is informal, this is a work session. I don't want it to be formal. I want everybody to feel comfortable and jump in. And so likewise, as department heads, and in the rest of you department heads, you're here. If you hear something that we're talking about and it's concerning this budget, please come forward and jump in. We want it to be an open forum for that. So as we work through this budget, thanks. Are we done as far as, we still haven't come to a conclusion. I know Councilor Saley and Vice Mayor are leaning towards proposal 3. What you're
Three.
thinking?
3.
I would say that's a good.
You would support that too? Councilor Dykens?
Absolutely, and I also support in eliminating the yellow line. I wasn't able to get to my mic quick enough. Okay.
If I may, and not to cut, I guess I'll let the rest of you talk, and then I thought maybe it'd be good to have Jack come up just to speak to the yellow line, and just so everybody's on board as far as what all the yellow line serves.
Okay. I just have more questions about transit, so I was gonna say maybe wait till transit, but I don't wanna, just, you know what you're doing. Sorry.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor. The yellow route predominantly serves the county, also Mojave Community College. Just for consideration, whatever you guys are looking for, we are looking at some other options, but that is the route that if council was opting to provide service out to the airport, which still is in the county, it would be the yellow route that would do so.
So I have a question. Have we received any compensation, or have we reached out, or is the county and/or Mojave Community College willing to contribute to the yellow line?
So we've had some conversation, the county, there was some conversation on some in-kind that had stalled out at the moment. Manager Walsh may want to fill in on that. We have reached out to lots of people, large businesses, the industrial park, which does include Mojave Community College. Of those, Mojave Community College at the time before their last director or dean had left, whatever the position title was, had indicated they would want to participate at some level. Whether that would be sufficient enough to cover the route directly to that advanced training center in the airport had not been determined.
And what would you say the impact would be? Say we discontinue the yellow line except for special service out to the air park.
I could not answer that off the cuff. I can tell you roughly what the yellow route cost overall. The cost per mile would remain similar because to operate a bus per mile with somebody driving it is the same. So I'd have to get more details and come back with a better answer.
Okay,
I
thank you.
think currently our yellow line costs roughly around $300,000 to operate, and we contribute about $100,000 if my numbers are correct.
That is correct.
I've been saying this for a while, but I just don't know that it's the government's responsibility to provide subsidized transportation. And when we're in a position where we're talking about being able to pay our employees a competitive wage, retain people, we just spent an entire day in a meeting talking about water. I just don't know that we're in a position. This seems like this is an extra that maybe we just can't afford anymore. And it, you know, public transportation makes a lot of sense in a big city when they have large budgets and they also don't have the room for all the cars and you need it. But here, when you have an average of 6 people on 4 buses every hour, it just doesn't even seem like it's really being utilized to the fullest capacity. And so, you know, even talking about in the capital projects, I am not going to support moving forward with the new hub. I just don't think we can afford that. But you had mentioned something interesting the other day about Havasu's on-demand system, which I think could be housed out of the current office, that you wouldn't need a hub, and we could still provide some transportation. I know there are some people that really utilize it. I feel for them. We've always talked about trying to get transportation to the industrial park and the college. So can one of you talk about what they're doing in Havasu, how it's cheaper, and maybe how we completely transform this and make it, see if we can make it an affordable thing where we don't have to completely cut it.
So I'll start and then I'll let Jack back clean up. So like Havasu took a different approach. So they initially they had a fixed line similar to us, and then they looked at costs and opportunities, and they switched to an on-demand. And it's basically, I think probably the easiest way to describe it is it's a shared Uber. So they have an app that you can get on. You can say, hey, pick me up at my house, drop me off at this place. And they have a number of, they're more, what is it, Sprint buses, the Sprinter van, thank you. So more Sprinter vans, so smaller than the vans, or than the buses that we use. They'll go pick up, you know, if they have a number of them in a certain area, they'll go pick up 4 or 5 of them and then deliver them wherever they want it to go. So Havasu is really touted it. They really like the program. They shared that they did have some cost savings with it in being able to go that route. And one of the things that we looked at as part of, you know, looking at the CART hub and that whole process moving forward was in 2030, we'll likely move to an MPO from being part of WACOG. And that change in designation changes the amount of funding that we see as a transit operator. So wanting to get ahead of that, we're starting to look at this model that Havasu is doing. And I know Jack has started to go down that, and I don't know if we've gotten very far as looking at it, but.
Yeah, actually, part of the reason we haven't been down there yet is our transit superintendent has actually been covering dispatch because of shortages in staffing at the moment. She has been reaching out to them. Also, we do want to look holistically at our transportation system and potential partnerships and regional connections. So we are working with Wallapai Transit. We've met with them in the past. She's reached out to them again recently to see if we can revive those conversations. And then one of the stakeholders that would be part of that, just because they had a regional transportation plan that completed, would be WACOG. But we are looking at the on-demand system to see how that could work, what the budget looks like. I don't have details for that. Havasu does have that system that they provide within their city limits, but we're working to see if we want to bring, you know, if a proposal comes back that seems beneficial, we could bring that back to the council for consideration.
So what does it look like moving forward? Thank you. What does it look like moving forward with removing the yellow line, having a conversation about completely overhauling transit to this on-demand? When could we what could we expect to see this year?
So I think probably and one of the conversations that Jack and I have had is if we looked at that yellow line being removed, perhaps the fixed line remains within city limits, keep that going, and then basically our pilot program with this on-demand could be, you know, venturing out to where what was served by the yellow line. So have this on demand and then continue with our fixed line in city, and then possibly utilize that on demand for further out beyond the city and just charge accordingly. If it's within city, it's a certain rate. If it's outside of city, then it's an increased rate or something along those lines.
I think it's the red and the blue, those are the 2 smallest, is that right? Red and blue?
Yes.
Could those be condensed as well so that you increase, so you eliminate the stops that don't have anybody or rarely has anybody, and then you're increasing ridership, but you're getting down to just 2 routes as you make this transition?
I think we can look at anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think efficiency is, and evolving or cutting it is probably what I would support.
Jack,
Yeah.
I got a question for, I'm sorry. Go
Oh,
ahead.
sure. Go ahead, Mayor.
Along these lines, like if we limited the yellow route, for example, which basically serves the county, that's probably not going to affect us. My question would be, along with all this discussion, we have a lot of federal funding. Is it federal and state funding, or just mostly federal funding for our total transportation system?
We receive both federal and state funding, and then that's supplemented with general fund.
Well, right. How much, are we going to lose any of that if we cut out the yellow line?
Yes, because we submit a budget request for those grants every 2 years, actually on a 2-year
Okay.
cycle. And so those grants are based on what the actual need is. So just if the route was costing $1 million and now we remove a route and it's 250 less, then we would only receive that 750.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to bounce this off of not Manager Walsh, I'm sorry, but Councilman Walker real quick and get his thoughts, if that's all right. Like, I texted him and saying what his thoughts are on all this, because it's an important subject we're talking about. And first I texted him saying, Keith, what are your thoughts about increases for fire and police? And he said, this is him. He's in Chicago right now. He'd love to be here, but he's back in Chicago, stuck in traffic, he said. What concerns me is that we are in the same spot as we were 3 years ago with police, and fire is fully staffed. And of course, Councilor Staley, you mentioned that. You brought that. That's so important. I believe everyone needs COLA raises, or COA raises. Is that what? Okay. I'd love to keep up with other agencies, but how do we afford it? And then he said, we definitely need a public safety property tax or something to keep up, which we've talked about that could be difficult. Then he showed me a picture of traffic, but anyway. And I said, thanks. And then he said, today is just a workshop. And he said, he asked, how are we going to fund it? I said, do we have any good ideas to fund anything? Because that's the biggest problem, is how do we fund either proposal number 3 or 4? And I think, Councilor Staley, once again, I appreciate you mentioning that, cutting out the yellow line. That gets us really close to being able to fund it.
What I was proposing is the yellow line as well as option 1, which would be reducing capital projects over the next 5 years so it wouldn't have to be the full 500,000. It'd be, the yellow line is about 100,000, is that right? So 400,000. And the reason why I went with the capital projects is because we never deliver on all of those. So I don't think that that's really going to be a big impact.
A big stretch.
So that's how I'm proposing paying for
Yeah.
option 3.
Right. No, good point. Good point. So anyway, I appreciate you letting me share that with you, because Councilor Walker's opinion is important to all of us too.
We wish he was
So.
here.
I don't know how you guys feel. Would you like to take,
Mayor, I'd like to correct a statement that I said earlier. It's not 20 employees, it's 68 employees that are not receiving comp adjustments. So that's a bigger number, so I wanted to make sure I got that clear.
60 that are or are not?
68 are not.
68 are not, and 20 are.
No, the rest of the employees are, 68 or not. So we have 371 or so, 300 are, the rest aren't.
I think all of us would probably like to take a break real quick. About a 10-minute break, and be back in here at 3:15, please. If that's all right? Okay, thank you.
we are at a disadvantage. We want to make sure that the first responders are taken care of, and I feel very strongly about that. And in the meantime, we do need to be active, and I am behind 3. Cutting capital projects, the yellow route, I agree with at this point, but we just got to bite the bullet right now because eventually we are going to start getting more revenue. That will give us a possible little bit more of an upper hand to play with at that point. But in the meantime, we just got to bite the bullet right now. I did make a suggestion that's the most far-fetched idea you could even think of, is doing it like a pact with the cities of keeping a set salary between all 3 cities, especially with the police. We would be at a little disadvantage with Bullhead on the fire department. But that would never happen, and it's not realistic, but it'd be a nice pipe dream. So that's kind of where I feel about it. It's what we got to do. Our citizens deserve the best that we can put out there for them. So it's a growing pain right now, is really what it is. We'll get through it. It just may take a few years to get to that point. But in the meantime, we got to bite the bullet on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Any other comments, or should we move on?
I wanted to propose something to council. And correct me, Tina, jump in, or Tim. What if we did, to allow for the compression on the comp adjustments versus the merit increases, if anybody, and jump in, Counselor Staley, if I don't communicate this correctly, but if anybody was getting a comp adjustment of 10% or more, what does that look like if they don't receive a merit increase? And then also on the fire, if we went to a 1.6 on, what did I say? 1.6 on captain?
So
And
currently, so I think we were looking at on the fire, let me pull that up real quick. So looking at fire, and hey, look at that, we have it right here. If currently, fire, looking at engineering captain, there's currently basically a 1.5 or 1.6 separation between steps. You'll see like step 2 is a 1.6, and then up at, I think, step 9 is another 1.6. I think there's some, I don't know if that's a rounding thing or if it was just, basically it's a rounding. So currently they're about a 1.5 in between steps. And what we had proposed with the proposed budget was to keep it at that same separation. I know one of the concerns from fire was that, you know, those smaller increase, you're not seeing a significant bump in the increase between steps. They had requested that it go to a 2% between steps. I think if we're running numbers right now, if we went to a 1.7 for both engineer and captain, it does increase that a little bit. We'll hopefully have those numbers as soon as we can.
And then BC Ops would be?
And then the idea would be to leave, so currently firefighters, the firefighter is a 3.5 between steps. The engineer and captain are 1.5-ish between steps, and then the BC Ops is 2.3 between steps. So looking at, you know, the idea of increasing the engineer and captain between steps from a 1.5 up to a 1.7 is what we're
Okay,
running right
and then
now.
leaving BC Ops at 2.3?
We could do that, yes.
And the reason that the firefighters are at 3.5 is because they were so under market, correct?
So the 3.5 between steps is where they were. By bringing them up to closer to market, we then on the proposal are looking at 3% in between steps.
Right. Okay, that's right. Thank you.
Mhm.
I was trying to go with trying to make some compression for, you know, Just trying to squeeze those extra cents out of that
That's what I
dollar.
thought I was doing with 1.7. Come on.
We're splitting hairs, I know, but
Okay, moving on then.
So we won't have that, okay. So we will continue to work those numbers, but we can continue through. It sounds like what I'm hearing, just to reiterate, and please tell me if I'm wrong, is as far as what we're looking at is to continue with the open pay plan comp study adjustments to get them to market. There's some consideration as far as if a position sees a 10% or greater, to possibly forego the merit increase for this basically for this budget year. Anything below a 10% would still see it. And then increase police to match the sheriff's office entry and top out for each of the officer, sergeant, and lieutenant positions. And then we're working on the fire pay, go with what staff proposed as far as the firefighter and the BC ops, but then adjust the engineer and fire captain to a 1.7 rather than a 1.5. That sound about right as far as looking at pay? And then as far as funding it, canceling the yellow route and then making up the remainder from capital project funding.
That's what we're looking at, we're in agreement. Sorry to turn my mic on, but
So if I mentioned that if it was over 10%, no, I did mention that, yeah. No, you're good.
and of course, I liked the fact that, once again, Jack was mentioning it, and of course, and we've brought it up here, talking about what Havas is doing and maybe doing a hybrid system, which will then save us money, I would hope.
We will definitely, we're already working in that direction to look at that. So yeah, we will continue down that road to explore opportunities with what they're currently doing and how we could implement that here.
And of course, if we're doing away with the yellow route, which basically services the county, that means in that hybrid route, are we even going to consider taking care of county citizens?
It's a good question. And the thought would be, and really, I guess, as we explore that, I think we can look at what those
See what the
costs
costs come in at.
Yep.
Okay.
Got something, just to add to that, it's not just county citizens that are using that yellow route. We have a lot of people that go to the college from the city, and so it's, everyone's gonna feel it, but it's served its purpose right now.
No, thanks, Councilor Savage, for pointing that out. You're right.
And I think from where we are right now to where we'll be as far as we're, adopting the budget and starting the new fiscal year, there is time in there to have some frank conversations with the college and the county to see if there's ability to fund that so that we don't have to cut it. So definitely we'll explore those options as well. All right. We're all comfortable. As soon as we get those numbers, we'll share them, but I think we're at a point on the compensation study to continue forward. Thank you for that discussion. That was, yes, very, very helpful. Appreciate the direction. On to operating budgets.
Okay, on to operating budgets. So we are going to review every single division's operating budget, but from a very high-level view. So as far as the format of the slides for each of the divisions going forward, in the budget books, there are org charts, there are services and responsibilities, goals, accomplishments, there's a lot of information. We are not going to be covering that on the slides. It doesn't mean that if there are questions that you have about any of them, please let us know. We're just not going to cover those in details. Also, as far as personnel costs, unless there is something above and beyond the compensation adjustment or the change in step plans, we're not going to cover any of the personnel numbers, only if there's a new FTE or something of that sort. And then for supplies and services, we will just look at any sort of material changes in those lines. Internal services we will not cover those either since they are building maintenance, fleet services, and IT. We'll just look at those operating budgets. And then for capital leases, we will not change anything, we will not discuss anything where there are no changes. And then for capital outlay, we will call out every single piece of capital outlay that is being requested. Okay, so we will start with the city council.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
And I want to go to the org chart.
Vice Mayor.
Can you tell me what, under general fund, non-departmental, what does that encompass?
Vice Mayor, thank you. So non-departmental, we set aside, I think it's about $50,000 or $75,000. We have ADOSH that comes on site, so OSHA, if you're familiar with OSHA, so that department comes on site every year and tours our facilities and provides us with recommendations. That's what happened with the Grandview Pool. And so we set aside monies to help address any of those. We also have lease financings for the vehicles that we set aside for the end of the year so that we can, so it's an accounting principle. We have to set those aside and so it's not really department related. So we put it in the non-departmental side of the house.
Okay, perfect. And then also on the org chart, fleet facility capital.
So in our fleet service, for our fleet services team, they have some equipment, large purchases. They are identified in our CIP. We will go through those, but they have some large purchases large infrastructure that needs to be changed in their building. And so instead of running that through their operating budget, because the costs are so high, we just set aside a fleet facility capital fund so that we can track those separately. It's still paid by fleet and by all of the divisions that contribute to fleet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so we will start with City Council. On page 67 is where City Council's budget starts. And what I'll be covering is just the very far right column of the operating budget summaries. And that is really just the increase or decrease from fiscal year 26's adopted budget. So I'll be doing that on every division. And then again, just calling out any differences. So there is a 3% increase in the city council recommended budget. The personnel costs, the mayor and council will not be receiving any comp adjustments, but they will, there are some changes in insurance elections amongst all of you, so there are some changes there. And then the increase in supplies and services primarily due to, we'll be replacing tables and chairs and some of the dais chairs in the council chambers. So those are hitting the city council's budget. Moving on to the city manager's budget, pages 69 through 71. And again, stop me if there are any questions on anything other than what's on the slide. So there is an increase of 48% in the city manager's budget. The main reason for that is that if the deputy city manager CFO position is approved, that particular salary will move to the city manager's budget.
Okay, I have some questions about this one. I think this is a great idea. Tim has a lot on his plate between all of the capital projects, all of the staff, city council, all the things. So years ago, we had asked for an assistant city manager, so this is even better. Do you want to talk a little bit about what that position is going to look like, what we can expect?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I appreciate the opportunity. So just looking, where do you start, right? So we've got a lot of, as I mentioned previously, we've got a lot of good things going on in the city. We're very busy trying to promote and move forward with a lot of the initiatives that we have, and council is very proactive, and we appreciate that, and very motivated and wanting to see things get better and continuing to improve. So we as staff are doing everything we can to do that. I think what this position does is it really allows for continued improvements both internally as well as continuing to pursue those projects. I think at least I'll speak on my part. I feel sometimes treading water, and I'm keeping my head above water, but being able to have this position would allow a little bit more foresight, a little bit more planning, a little bit more looking to the future, and working together with Tina. Tina does an amazing job as the deputy city manager right now. On top of that, with all of her financial director position requirements and duties, being able to free her up from those, and the two of us being able to collaborate and be able to plan towards the future, I think really allows for identifying efficiencies within the city, identifying, priorities and planning, and really finding ways to address the priorities that council has, looking at what all you want to accomplish with the city, and being able to spend more time to really flesh those ideas out and find ways to make them happen. So that's what I see with this position, is being able to really address, more in depth, all the desires that council would like to see happen. And I'll say, looking at some of our sister cities and looking at Bullhead, Bullhead has 2 deputy city managers. Not jealous of Toby at all, but I look at what they're able to do with those 2 positions, and how he's able to work with those 2 positions and come up with forward-thinking things, like Havasu has one as well, and looking at what they're able to do with that position at that level, just the planning, the foresight, and those types of things that come with it. So that's really the justification, the need that I see for that position.
Yeah, I completely support that.
Thank you.
I do too. I was very excited when you mentioned something. So my question is, are we set up with current employees to move up in that department, or are we gonna have to look outside?
So the plan would be, we have an amazing finance department, and Tina's done a great job in grooming and training up her employees. There are definitely qualified personnel that could step into that position. For transparency and for the city, we will open the position up just to have that out there and to see what all is out there. But definitely we have internal candidates that would be very strong candidates for that position.
Thank you.
Councilman Savage, Wendy Scherer, our Assistant Finance Director, presented to you at the last council meeting, and I would strongly support her applying for that position. Certainly able to fill in those shoes better than I fill those shoes, so certainly qualified. Thank you. Okay, so city manager completed. So city attorney, pages 73 through 75, there's an increase to the recommended budget of 4.7%. And the change is mostly in supplies and services, and that is due primarily to a reduction in legal services. That is also one of the items, Vice Mayor, that is non-departmental. So typically, Carl will budget a large amount in legal services, never knowing what might come across his plate. And so what we did is we went ahead and took some of those monies, stuck it in that non-departmental account. In the event some legal services come up and he still needs to tap into those dollars. So that's part of the non-departmental monies as well. City clerk, pages 77 through 79, an increase of 31.3%. So supplies and services are increasing due to one-time costs associated with the election. That happens every other year. That budget goes up and down every year. And then the capital lease represents a lease payment for a vehicle that was purchased this fiscal year. Court, moving on to court, there is a 10.2% increase in the court's budget. And the increase in supplies and services is primarily driven by higher jail costs due to increased incarcerations. I think the judge shared that with you, or there was a request to increase those monies this year because of that as well. All right, development services. So This fiscal year, in working with Director Moquin, we looked at breaking up the development services budget into 3 different divisions: planning, building, and code enforcement, easier tracking for aligning revenues versus expenses, but also just tracking each of the activities. So that will happen in fiscal year '27. But as far as a whole, the budget increased by 5.1%. And there are some things changing there are some changes in this budget. So personnel costs include the addition of 1 code enforcement officer 2 position. Then there are some changes in supplies and services that reflect the elimination of prior one-time furniture purchases, increased abatements due to the reallocation of the facade improvement, signs and murals, and Kingman Coins landscape programs. And there are lower merchant card fees resulting from the implementation of convenience fees. And then the capital lease includes upfitting of 2 replacement vehicles and existing lease payments. Moving on to economic development, an increase of 6.6%. And supplies and services decreased primarily due to reduced travel and training, as well as cost sharing of the ASU Project Cities partnership that we have with tourism. That project scope is yet to be determined, but they do plan on doing another study with the ASU Project Cities partnership team. Moving on to tourism. Pages 94 through 97, an increase of 1.6%. The personnel costs do include the reclassification of the customer service representative to a customer service representative lead. And the change in supplies and services reflects one-time billboard upgrades, as well as the removal of the tourism initiative grant, lower merchant card fees due to the implementation of convenience fees, and the elimination of prior one-time powerhouse upgrade costs for the Route 66 Centennial. And capital outlay, the $60,000, consists of a community art program.
My question is about just any special programs that tourism has. Can you speak to, like, for example, we've seen some projects come forward for council approval, like for the giant statue or the mural. How much do they have budgeted for those kind of improvements?
Councilwoman Staley, those monies come out of that community art program line item, that $60,000.
Okay. About that. So this is for Tim. Going forward, I would really like to be included in these projects earlier than we normally are. We usually see it unless you're watching the commission meetings, which I don't always get to see those. So I find out about one of these art projects right before the council meeting when we need to approve it. And I feel like that is not enough time to get it out into the community, to find support for those projects. And when we only see them hitting an agenda, usually you're just getting the negative feedback, and then that has an impact on how council votes. So I think in order to be more successful with some of these projects, we just get an earlier heads up before the commission. We're considering this mural, we're considering this statue, or whatever it is. And that way we can sort of do our jobs to find support. Or if there is no support, there isn't, but then at least staff could know so much earlier that I don't think we're gonna be able to make this fly. And then Josh isn't doing all that legwork for a project that's maybe ultimately gonna be denied.
I like the idea. And, recognizing that as well, one of the things that we've been working on is this art in public places study and master plan. And really the idea behind that was, okay, let's get themes throughout the city, figure out, what type of art we want to see where, and, okay, along 66, maybe it's neon and nostalgic, and maybe over here it's these types of things. So the idea with the master plan was to do just as you're saying, to get ahead of it. But no, I like the idea of, as we start entertaining these various ideas, that we bring them to council and say, here's a number of ideas we're looking at, get your input, and then move forward, bringing that to the commission and then back to council for approval. Be happy to.
Engineering, pages 99 through 102, there is a decrease of 1.5% to the recommended budget. Personnel costs include the reclassification of a survey party chief to an assistant city surveyor. Supplies and services decreased primarily due to reduced merchant card fees following the implementation of convenience fees and the removal of prior one-time costs for updating arterial imagery. And then capital lease includes the upfitting of one vehicle replacement this year, in fiscal year 27, and existing vehicle lease payments.
I had a question about staffing. Can you tell me what that department's staffing level is? Are they fully staffed?
For engineering?
Yes.
So we have a project manager position, it's open, and I think that's the only one at this point.
Okay, great, thanks.
Finance. Finance has an increase of 9.8%. So personnel costs include the addition of one finance director for 3 months of next fiscal year, one procurement buyer. Currently included in there is one grant specialist that will come out because that is not being requested any longer. And the reallocation of the deputy city manager's CFO salary to the city manager's budget, as well as a reclassification of a grants administrator to a senior grant specialist. Supplies and services are changing due to higher audit fees, reduced training, and the reallocation of funds from the facade improvement, signs and murals, and Kingman Coins landscape program to the building division's budget. It also includes furniture to support staffing requests. And then capital outlay does include a center workspace area remodel to provide additional workstations for staffing requests. If you've seen our center section or our workspace, there is no room for additional people. So in working with Jack Plonty, we've come up with some ideas on how to fit these extra people in our space.
So I had a question, and I apologize if it was in the first 30 minutes of the meeting that I was tardy to. Did you talk about the procurement buyer and what the duties and responsibilities were going to be?
Did.
Okay, I'll go back and watch the video, thanks.
I'd be happy to share.
It's okay, you don't need to do it again. It's fine, thank you.
Quick question, Kingman Coins, how's that working?
As far as I'm aware, there was ever only, Councilman Savage, as far as I'm aware, there was only ever one of our merchants that utilized that program.
But it doesn't cost us any money to keep it going.
We set aside $10,000 a year for that program. So it doesn't cost us anything if it doesn't get used, but there is $10,000 budgeted in case it gets used. So we are looking to reallocate that to the building division for abatements.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to comment on the procurement department. It's something we've talked about before. I think it'll be a good addition. I know finance is doing a good job with procurement, but just having one person be in charge of that and a second set of eyes, it's just overall going to be a great addition to the team. So thank you for making that happen.
Thank you, Councilwoman Staley. Moving on to utility billing and licensing, there is a decrease of 12.3%. Supplies and services change due to the addition of temporary labor to assist with non-payment disconnect processing and increased bill printing costs. There are reduced merchant card fees and furniture for the center workspace remodel. Capital outlay includes that remodel for additional workstations as well. Fire services increased 5.4%. And Mayor and Council, if you would rather me not read the bullet points, I certainly don't need to do that. So just give me direction and we can kind of just look at them and you ask questions if you'd like.
I think it's fine.
Oh. Okay. Supplies and services were impacted by station alerting, maintenance and support, reduced training, turnout gear replacements, additional wildland fire uniforms, a body composition machine for health and wellness, and the elimination of prior one-time fire hose replacement costs. Internal services, this particular budget got hit in addition to just the standard allocations. They are also asking for the addition of 7 mobile data computers for their apparatus that are necessary. Capital lease includes the upfitting of 2 vehicles, 1 new one and 1 replacement, and it also includes lease payments for existing vehicles. Capital outlay consists of a self-contained breathing apparatus solo resource decontamination tool, replacement of heavy rescue equipment for engine 241, replacement of a fit testing machine, 3 automated CPR compression devices, and a drone.
I think this is the right time to ask for this. I would like to continue to have our lobbyists try to work towards legislation to allow us to transition into a fire district. I know that that is a long shot, but maybe if we're always talking about it, maybe if we can get other cities to jump on board, to just have the option to be able to, as a city, create a fire district that we control. The city council is they're the ones that oversee it, and that way we can maintain all the assets we already have. It would just be another way to increase revenues to be able to pay for the fire department. So, long shot, but why not just keep asking for it every year? And who knows, as you get new legislators, maybe you'll find somebody that will finally want to make that happen.
Will do.
Dispatch center, an increase of 0.5%. The change in supplies and services reflects reduced training and modifications to their software subscriptions. Human resources, a decrease of 1.5%. The change in supplies and services reflects the removal of a one-time expense for citywide compensation study, adjusting software subscription services to align with historical spending, and the reallocation of citywide appreciation luncheon costs to the city manager's budget. Moving on to risk management, an increase of 8.9%. Supplies and services decreased primarily due to lower costs for citywide safety training and reduced spending on safety recognition items such as polos and tumblers. Information technology, up 10.4%. The change in supplies and services reflects reductions in software maintenance and support, which is partially offset by investments in additional GIS services, generative AI implementation, and the implementation on ongoing subscription costs of an asset management system that will support multiple public works departments. Additional changes include computer equipment for citywide FTE requests, cameras for park facilities, mobile data computers for fire apparatus, and a citywide public records request portal. Capital outlay consists of a workspace remodel that's being carried forward from fiscal year 26, as well as upgrades to servers, storage, hardware, and network software. Recreation up 12.2%. Supplies and services changed due to increased concession stand supply costs at the Southside Park, reduced merchant card fees following the implementation of convenience fees, and increased spending of donations that have been received. Capital lease reflects the upfitting of 1 vehicle replacement.
I have a question about the concession supplies increasing. Are we increasing what we're charging for those items to make up for that? And are we just expecting to see that balance out at the end of the year? Is that how you look at that?
So Councilwoman Staley, in order for them to purchase the inventory, right, they've got to have a budget line item. So they're just expecting to sell more next year. And so we're increasing that line item so that they can offset it with the sales. So there would be an increase in their revenue associated with that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Pools, up 6.4%. Supplies and services increased primarily due to the replacement of the guard and patron buildings shingle roof. And then capital outlay consists of the ADA pool access lift replacements at both of the pools. So for the golf course, this year, in fiscal year 26, we had split the golf course into 3 different divisions: operations, so the maintenance of the course, and then the grill and the pro shop. So we'll look at the operations budget first. It's up 13.7%. Supplies and services changed primarily due to the addition of inmate labor. Now, we haven't been granted that yet, but we did add it into their budget. Greater use of chemicals and higher costs for grass seed, as well as the purchase of an ice machine for the maintenance facility. And then capital outlay outlay consists of a range picker, artificial turf pad replacements, backhoe attachment, broom attachment, and a stump grinder. The Pro Shop has increased by 9.1%, and its supplies and services changed primarily due to increased inventory for merchandise sales. Same concept as the concession stands. And the grill is up 18.9%. Personnel costs include additional part-time salaries to staff beverage cart more frequently. And then supplies and services change primarily due to increased inventory for restaurant sales, as well as the purchase of small refrigerators, tables, and chairs.
I had
Yes.
a question on the beverage cart. I'm hoping that staff is going to try it and see, like, test it out. And if we're not making the revenue that we need to make, it needs to go. Okay.
I have a question on just the overall loss at the golf course. Last year, the goal was to reduce the deficit by 5%. And if my figures are correct, we increased it by 33%. What we lost last year compared to what we lost this year. And after raising rates, why?
So personnel costs are certainly something at the golf course with the comp adjustments. So some of those positions you saw, groundskeepers and some of those lower frontline employees, part of it are the personnel costs, not something we expected for this year. And we continue to invest in capital. So you'll see that we are purchasing several, stump grinders, broom attachments, that sort of thing. So that would be part of the reason for the increase in the
The
budget.
$500,000 didn't include $650,000 we spent on equipment through capital funds. I'm just curious how long we can keep that up, and why would we? I still think we should look at outsourcing the golf course or doing something different than what we're doing. Because it's not getting better, it's getting worse.
I couldn't agree with you more. I am a strong advocate for the golf course, but I see change and it's happening at a snail's pace. I am hopeful that once we get the marketing plan in front of us and we get to start implementing that we can increase, rounds. I think that I have said this as well. We need to look at what does that look like for a private entity or something, and do they take over the grill, and what does that look like? But I couldn't agree with you more. It's something that needs to stay high profile, and it's something that needs to be addressed with a plan. And so again, I remember having this conversation with Mr. Mearsman 1 year ago today, talking about, I want to see a marketing plan, and we're almost there, but it's taken way too long. Way, way, way too long.
And trying to research it, I can't even find any current data on what other municipal courses are making or losing. And I think in the research that I did, it showed 6 municipal golf courses with under 40,000 population, and I think 2 of them broke even. And how long do we keep doing this? That's all I'm asking. So.
It's a good question. We are, and I apologize for the delay in the marketing plan. We are out to bid. We've received those. I think we had 7 applications that were on track, second meeting in June. So we're on track to have that before council, the second meeting in June, the marketing plan, and then implementing it. I think, just looking at it, because Mike and I and Tina have looked at, okay, what are areas that we can increase revenues? What are, what's the best way to do this? How do you put it? It's not for a lack of rounds. The amount of rounds that we see on that golf course is pretty substantial. There are a lot of golfers out there. I think a lot of it could be, everybody wants to golf first thing in the morning, and we have, a lot of the discounts also want to golf first thing in the morning. So I think part of that marketing plan that we're gonna, rely on is, okay, how do we, are there opportunities to space out and say, okay, discounts must be from this time on, or, if you have a discounted rate, it's this time, or looking at a number of things. But yeah, we're very excited to see where those results come in at once we get that marketing plan approved. But we're not opposed to looking at, what does it look like to sub that out. I think the city has in the past subbed it out, or contracted it out. I think one of the things to look at is a wholesale, if we were to look at, is it better to contract that out? If we're still doing the maintenance and all of that, the person that sees the money is the person that's running the pro shop, right? So that, if they're only contracted to run the pro shop and the grill, they're gonna see
Yeah, you're
the
not gonna,
funds.
you're
So,
not gonna gain.
Well, why wouldn't we consider privatizing it? It's our property. We have standards for what we want it to be maintained to be. But a company would come in and they would run the maintenance, they would run the golf course, they could run the grill, or you could separate it and the grill could be just a restaurant that we lease out the way we do out at the airport. But to be completely removed, except to every year be able to, or maybe twice a year, you inspect it to make sure that they're maintaining the course, because if they don't, that could cost the city a lot of money to bring it back if you had to fire them and get somebody else. So that would be the most important thing. But if you just let an outside company completely run it, if that's a possibility, I would like to know that this year. I don't want to ask about this again next year.
and that's definitely, that's where I was going with that. And I'm
Okay.
sorry, I wasn't getting there quick enough.
Yeah,
but-
sorry.
But yeah, no,
You
that would be the idea, is if it were something to consider, it would be a wholesale, this is it. So, there are opportunities, to explore that, without being ready to sign on the dotted line. There are opportunities through a procurement process where we could do a request for information. So it's not just okay, give us your proposals, this is what you're gonna do. But through an RFI, we could say, is there interest out there in taking it over? If you took it over, what do those rates look like? What is our responsibility? What is our control over what those rates look like? And really being able to see, okay, this is what it looks like if we were to farm this out. This is where the rates would be. This is what,
Right.
really give you the full picture of what that looks like. So definitely that's something that we can do, and it won't be next June. We could do that much sooner than this and have that information for you.
Well, I wonder if we should be investing in a $100,000 mower if we're considering this. Because certainly then we wouldn't let an outside company use our equipment. We would, you know what I mean? There's a
Yeah.
pretty expensive mower on the list for this year. Maybe we hold off on that until we know what we're gonna do.
Sure, that's, definitely possible. We could, however council would like to do it, we could do where we keep it in the budget, but contingent upon, the results of this RFI before we purchase it.
Okay.
There is the opportunity, I mean, we have quite a bit of equipment that we use to maintain the golf course. So that could be part of that RFI is, okay, what does it look like? Or is that
Sure.
equipment that we move over to the parks? All sorts of things. So.
What, I'm sorry if I'm just overlooking this, but what are we projecting the revenue to be for the grill for this fiscal year? Okay, thank you.
Good answer.
I did search around. I have a lot of papers in front of me.
I included the overall revenue for the golf
Yeah.
course, but did not break it down. But for the grill, we are, sorry. Grill, there we go. In total would be $305,000.
Okay. So So you're asking our citizens to subsidize people's visits to the restaurant. I mean, it's $20,000, but it's still, it's not even, it's a restaurant that sells alcohol that isn't even breaking even. If you're selling alcohol, you have to be making a profit. Otherwise, something's really wrong. And I know we've talked about this before, so I go back to, wouldn't it just be better to rent out that space as a restaurant the way we do the airport cafe? We wouldn't make a lot off of that, but at least we are not subsidizing food and beverage for the golf course.
I'd invite Mike to come up and help me with this, but I would say, I know one of the, to use a Mikeism, one of the challenges that we see at the golf course is the size of the grill. You know, basically based on the size of that kitchen area and what's available there from the food standpoint. You make a great point with alcohol sales and that it definitely should, we should be seeing revenues there. But from what we can provide from a food standpoint, the size of that kitchen and the amenities there really limit on what we're able to sell as far as food goes. But Mike, I don't know if you can speak to that.
Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I would agree with what Tim's saying, that our restaurant is not really, it's more like a bar restaurant. It doesn't have all the all the equipment that you need to be a full-service restaurant. So that's one of the biggest challenges, I would say. And then as far as alcohol sales and everything too, there's challenges with that. Is with all the private carts that we have, a lot of people are bringing their own alcohol in, and hard to monitor that as well. And if you job it out, there's going to be challenges between the contractor and who's going to enforce who's bringing their own alcohol in. So there's challenges to that kind of stuff too. So, and maybe we need to look at raising our prices some more and get try to get that revenue up a little bit too. So I think that's, obviously those are options too.
I just think owning a restaurant is not for the faint of heart, and it's for people who, that's what they've studied or they've already worked in a restaurant. And if I don't think it's right that we subsidize people's transportation, I really don't think it's right that we subsidize their food and drink. So for me, I would rather see it just rented out, or shut down or reduced, in some way where you were making a profit. But I do think it's too much to ask of a parks department to all of a sudden be a bar and restaurant entrepreneur. I mean, there's a lot to that, and that business model has to evolve all the time so that you're offering something better than what they can have on their cart, or something to entice them. And that's where you've got somebody that's their full-time job, and their livelihood is based on making those changes in real time in order to make those profits and make the business work. So for me, that's a change I would definitely like to see.
That was another question I had, was should we separate it from Parks and Rec? Should it be a separate business entity, just like the sewer water, where it has to maintain itself or it goes away?
You know how I feel about the golf course, and so I'm struggling with this one. Just like we decided about the electric museum, we didn't want to be a public partner with that. We shouldn't, and we're not in it at all. I'd like to see in that study the value, the total value of that, and if there is a company that can run that at a profit. I don't think they could, in my opinion, because it is getting subsidized so much. But I definitely want to see that number. I'd like to look at that option, and I'm sure the land alone, if they keep it a golf course, is worth a lot of money to the right investor. Second, you mentioned discounts at early morning rates. I golf a lot, and I've never seen discounts at an early morning rate. It's always twilight rates. So what's that all about?
Sorry, I misspoke on that.
Okay,
So-
all right.
So it's not an early morning rate, it's, we offer a number of rates as far as veteran discounts, senior discounts, and those types of discounts. And currently, we allow that at any time. So the question is, our prime time, should those discounts be allowed at that prime time when everybody wants to golf? Or can we look at how those discounted rates, when those can be scheduled? So that was just part of the discussion there.
And even season passes are discounted rates, basically. They're discounted from the full paying customer. So those are all things that will be evaluated and the food service and all that will be evaluated by this this plan that we're having done. So we're anxious to get them on there. I think we have a really good company that's doing it, and I think it's going to be very worthwhile. So, and one of the biggest challenges to operating a golf course and trying to have it break even or make money is the fact that we pay our employees a living wage like we do in all of our departments. And so that's part of the challenge, where if you have a contractor coming that's going to run that golf course, they're not going to pay their employees a living wage. And so their employees aren't going to be able to buy furniture at your furniture store, cars at your car dealerships, like our employees do. And, so that's one of the biggest challenges to operating a golf course.
But should the taxpayer be subsidizing that, Mike? That's the question.
It's like that for everything, our swimming pools, our recreation, our ball fields, all those things are recreation, quality of life. And the golf course is very important if you want businesses in your business park and doctors in your hospital. That golf course is very important. And I'm not arguing that.
Yeah, I don't argue that.
Right.
The only thing, when I looked at the other parts of Park and Rec, they didn't lose as much as the golf course, anywhere near. And the argument's always been, well, the golf course brings in revenue. Well, it obviously doesn't, not enough. And I'm just saying, we need to look at doing something different. We cannot afford to keep losing $500,000 a year on the golf course. That's all I got. There's a $400.
Tim? For somebody that's not a financial wizard, when you're talking about subsidizing over $300,000, does that mean a total loss to the city, or we're providing $300,000 for the restaurant to operate, and we get back 150? What is? Help me out.
No, that's good. So, and Tina will explain a lot better, but as far as it costs, and I'm just throwing numbers, I'm not even pulling it off of the sheet, but it costs $500,000 to run the grill. We bring in $200,000. That $300,000 is what we're subsidizing in order to make it whole. So you're a net loss of $300,000. That's being subsidized by the general fund.
So it's a loss. We're losing over $300,000 a year just to have a restaurant there.
Well, 20,000. The difference between the revenue
Yeah, 20.
and the cost is 20,000 just for the grill. So our taxpayers the sales tax we collect is going towards making up that difference for a restaurant.
Okay.
And then Smiley's got the. So you'll come back to us with both a plan for looking at privatizing the course or the grill and how that might all play out?
Yep.
Okay,
Will do.
thank you.
We'll have both, the marketing plan we'll have before you for approval, for award of that contract, the second meeting in June, and then we'll have those results back. And then in addition to that, we'll pursue an RFI to see what that looks like to privatize, just to know basically what that looks like, what options are available, what that does to the rates and all of those things, just to give you the full picture.
And then what's coming to us in June is just to approve a company to do a marketing plan?
To do the marketing, yeah. And then time frame on that marketing plan,
it's a pretty short turnaround time for them to do it. And I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's a pretty short turnaround time for them to do it.
So that, yeah, that's approving the contract to do it, and then we'll have it back after that. And then,
And they've done a lot of these marketing plans for municipal golf courses. I don't know the exact number, but they've done a lot of them. And the gentleman that runs the company is very well respected in the golf industry, and so I think we're going to get a lot of good information.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to parks. There is a 16%, might as well just stay there, Mike. There is a 16% increase in parks, and there's a lot going on in parks this year. Personnel costs include the reclassification of an administrative assistant 1 to an administrative assistant 2, as well as the addition of an administrative assistant 1 position. The change in supplies and services reflects adjusting tree trimming services, minor equipment, and general supplies to align with historical spending. In addition, there's a one-time cost to expand the locomotive park holiday lighting display, as well as one-time carryover funding for tennis court surface replacements and the resurfacing of one court to create a multi-use space for both tennis and pickleball. For internal services, it's their standard allocation, but in addition, they are looking to install cameras at Centennial Park's fourplex, behind the recreation office, the yard gate at Southside Park, and White Cliffs Wagon Wheel Trailhead. Capital lease includes the upfitting for 2 replacement vehicles and then lease payments for existing vehicles. And capital outlay consists of concrete improvements to the skate park, roof replacement to Metcalf Park stage building, a mini split AC unit for the community center, 2 carryall cart replacements for the park rangers, a tilt deck equipment trailer replacement, field groomer for the ball fields, and equipment to manage gophers. Okay.
Question. One-time cost to expand locomotive park lighting. I thought that was donated.
it was. So the light display that went up last year was donated. We received funds through the Powerhouse, Kiwanis.
It is the Powerhouse.
Powerhouse Kiwanis, that's right, okay. Powerhouse Kiwanis funded the last year's display. What's being proposed on this would be to expand it. I think they were looking at adding a tree. But that could also be something that we pursue donations in order to accomplish as well. I think we have it in here to expand it, but definitely that's something that, you know, looking for those donations would be.
Okay.
I had questions about the cameras. Did we ever get cameras at Wallach and some of the other parks where you have the most problems with, you know, people coming in and destroying things, the vandalism that's so expensive?
We don't have it at any other places yet, so those will be all on the list to get. Trailheads are one that, White Cliffs Wagon Wheels Trailheads, we have a lot of vandalism there, so that's one of them that's on the list. And outside of our office where the pool, and behind our building where the pool and the restroom are, there's a lot of vandalism there and a lot of subjects, activity that's questionable, that we worry about people there. So those are the key areas where we're kind of looking at. Wallach Ranch would obviously be another one because there's a lot of vandalism there as well, so.
Okay.
We're putting money into the skate park, refinishing it or whatever. I had brought up in the past about a bike park, and I would just like for us to put that in notes or something for the future of, I understand we've got trails and stuff, but that's absolutely not what I'm talking about. Something identical or very similar to the skate park, but for kids that ride bikes in the same manner. But not for this budget, I understand that, but something to put down in the remember file.
Will do.
For those skate park improvements, I know there's a sort of a citizen initiative to get the city to fix up the skate park. Does this meet kind of what they're asking for?
I think it's not quite what they're asking for. They're asking for, I think, a lot bigger and better. They would like for it to be a lot bigger and better. But I mean, we're just trying to keep it safe, to be quite honest with you. Adding a little concrete on the edges and get some of the seams cleaned up that are questionable. So that's more what this is in line to do.
So from what I've seen with what they're proposing, this would address some of the issues that they're
Right.
proposing.
Okay.
So I think they had looked at expanding some of the concrete, maybe put some curbing in to keep the dirt off of the skate park. So this would address some of those issues. It doesn't go quite as far as what they were proposing, but it addresses some of the issues.
That's a good first step.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, as Councilor Dykens was saying, that's a CIP
Yes.
issue, just like a shade over at the dog park at Wallach Ridge, same issue, right, that we need to bring forward later?
Yeah, it'd be, so I think, scale-wise,
Yeah, I know, the shade's a lot less than the bike
Yeah.
park, no, the bike park, and we do have a lot of citizens that are asking about the bike park, you're right, Jim.
so, but yeah, definitely, I would say as far as the bike park, that's something we could consider in the next year's budget as we look through those capital projects next year. The shade structure, I think that might be something, looking at cost and what that would cost, that may be something that we could consider within, some of the things that they have programmed for this budget. But we'd have to look at what that cost is
Okay.
and see what we could do with it, but yeah.
Something also about a bike park, we've been in communication with the school district about putting a pump track, which is, I think, smaller scale than what you're talking about, behind Palo Christi School on school property. That would be near our trailhead, our south trailhead, and down in that area where it'd be a pump track, which would be good for bikes and things like that too. But it's not quite as, I think, you're talking about more concrete and deep swim, like almost like a swimming pool that they ride their bikes down and back up and jump and.
I believe, not to put words in your mouth, but I believe the concern from Councilman Dykens is the skate park, if I understand right, was not designed for bikes.
Correct.
So I think some of the concerns that he's heard is that, bikes would like to use it, but they're not allowed there. So, where could they go to have a similar facility? Correct?
Yeah.
Correct. And thank you, Jamie, because he lost me at, we're going to, pump whatever, that's out of my realm. I have no idea what all of that is.
It's smaller scale than what you're talking about. It's more of some jumps and things like that for kids on bikes, that kind of thing. So it's got curves, banks, jumps, and things like that for kids. But it's not like the one you're referring to, I think, is more concrete, similar to our, and bikes do go there when they're not supposed to, but they go there, so yes.
But what you're talking about, Mike, is more dirt.
Yes,
It's dirt, yeah.
yes.
Built in dirt, okay.
Good on
We're
parks.
good?
Okay, moving on to
Thank you.
police. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
There is an increase of 3.5%. Personnel costs include, no longer include the removal of the records clerk and the administrative secretary. So we'll update that for the tentative budget. Supplies and services changes are due to reduced costs for the Mojave County Animal Shelter, adjustments to software subscriptions, fewer ballistic vest replacements, and the removal of the wellness program incentive, as well as increased training costs associated with a 10-week SPSC course for 2 lieutenants and a 2-week Northwestern Supervisor of Police Personnel course for 3 sergeants. Capital lease includes the replacement of 3 motorcycles and upfitting for 1 detective vehicle replacement. It also consists of lease payments for existing vehicles. Capital outlay consists of can lighting replacements throughout the facility, as well as an upgrade to flooring, ceiling, and counters in the lobby or foyer. Okay. Public Works Administration is up 18.9%. Personnel costs include the reclassification of an administrative secretary to an administrative.
I'm sorry.
I was.
Darn it, I'm sorry. I did have a question for the police. Chief, can we put you back in the hot seat? I know, that was, she was.
Councilwoman
being
Staley, there was a
fast.
lull, but no.
I knew I was missing something. Thank you. I did want to ask about school resource officers and how many we currently have, how many we're supposed to have, that kind of thing. How does that program work?
We currently have 2 and a sergeant. We have room for 1 more,
Okay,
and that's unfilled currently. And as we've, which we have several others. We have in detectives, our traffic enforcement, and our street crimes unit. We have staffed for that, but they're unfilled. So as soon as we start filling our patrol positions, and then we'll start to provide that opportunity.
so we need 7
7.
patrol,
Yes.
plus we need somebody for school resource officer, and what were the other ones you said? That are
Traffic.
unfilled? Traffic,
1 for school resource, 1 in traffic, 1 in detectives, and 1 street crimes detective.
so those 7 positions, do they fill these, or you need
When we-
7 plus these
No,
others?
No.
Okay,
Once we fill the 7, then I'm comfortable with opening those positions up for existing officers. One of those 7 is also a sergeant position.
okay,
So those specialty position and a sergeant position that has gone unfilled. So we don't take, because if we filled those now, it
Yeah.
adds stress on the patrol side, and they're doing all the heavy lifting, and that's where most of the impact is.
so by leaving these positions open for so long, what we're seeing is that we have less school resource officers and then detectives, and so you're not just suffering because you have all these openings, but there's also these roles that need to be filled that you can't because they're kind of keeping the ship afloat.
100%. Thank you for bringing that up, because it does impact the whole gamut.
Goodness. Okay. And sorry, to go back to the school resource officer, so there should be 4, and they're covering how many schools? Do they go to the elementary schools, or is it just for the older kids?
No, they cover all the schools. They're primarily housed in 3 of the schools, the high school, both high schools in the city limits, and 1 elementary school, or a middle school.
Okay.
It's where they have offices, but they do cover all of the schools. Once we fill the positions, we'll have 3 officers and a sergeant.
Do you think that those 4 are enough, given the crimes that we're seeing, like these kids who were stealing Kias and breaking into cars and stealing guns? I mean, they were really young children, so it seems like we need school resource officers more than ever to try to get their finger on those kids, thumb on their kids.
I would say that if we had to add positions, it would be in our detective section or our street crimes unit. They work very closely with our school resource officers.
Okay.
And who we currently have, you could see this at our ceremony last week, but they are very instrumental in providing information that we need. So I wouldn't currently support adding to our school resource program, but we do have plans to increase on our detective bureau as well as street crimes unit, which we also consider them detectives as well.
Okay, so they could help at the schools.
Correct.
And then,
So I can clarify, when you say to help out the schools, it's to help out the juvenile crime.
yeah, well,
Correct, yeah.
and that's what I mean, is to try to do something to help these kids find another path and to work on that now before things get worse.
With our existing SRO program, they do that very well.
Okay.
But what you're trying to address is better handled through more aggressive investigation and enforcement.
Okay. Because I'm sure that those troubled youth are what lead to schools being an unsafe place for all the kids.
Sure, yes.
Yeah. My other question I wanted to ask you today is about the 2 positions that were created for potential police officers when they become of age. And I know you hired 2, and I just want to know how that's going and if you think that that's going to lead to 2 new hires soon.
So we are still hopeful. They are working out very well, and we are monitoring them and encouraging them to stay on the right path. We're hoping they're continuing their education, but as soon as they reach that 20-and-a-half-year mark age, they're going to be encouraged to apply.
Okay.
It's definitely not meant to be a full-time
Right,
role, to stay in that part-time role for an indefinite period of time.
are they 19 now? Do you have another year?
Well, they have to be at least 18, so I would imagine they're between 19 and 20 right now.
Okay, so they're getting close, and then maybe even if you could stagger them, so you have a 18-year-old, you have a 19-year-old, and then every year, maybe you've got somebody that can go off to the academy.
That's the goal.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Okay, those were my questions. I was just really concerned about the school resource officers.
Thank you.
I got a question. On your, training new officers, what's that run again?
So the academy is about 21 weeks, possibly 22, depends which academy. And the field training program is about the same.
Okay. How much do you set aside in your budget for possible new recruits for that purpose?
So I don't know if there's a specific answer. I know we budget for our positions, and that's included in that.
My question is, that's basically for new people going through the training. For the lateral moves, if you have money set aside to train a new officer, or you can use some of that money as a sign-on bonus, are you able to do that?
I know it's been discussed. I don't know what that answer would be. That would be a Tina and Krista question. Looks like we do have.
Do you think that would help at all?
Oh, I would imagine, for sure.
Can we look at that?
Yep.
Please? Thank you.
That'll be in our strategic plan.
It almost feels like there isn't a process. Like if a bonus is needed with that lateral officer, for example, what is the process so the chief can say, hey, we do not want to lose this person. They're gonna go to the sheriff's office. I need to offer a bonus. The money's there. How can we be using it and not just wasting it?
And I think that's, in a recruiting process, it gets a little bit tricky in doing that. And I guess that's kind of it's a good question. Just through the recruitments, the hiring and that I've been involved with, basically you go through the process, you find the candidate, you make an offer. And generally that's about, either they accept it or they don't. So that next step of, okay, you get turned down, and then trying to figure out, okay, is there, there's usually a negotiation, hey, we can offer you this much. If they come back, higher range, and trying to negotiate that in. I think there's probably obviously there's an opportunity for that bonus. I think it's just finding that point in when to do it. The flip side is we're hiring, we're offering this bonus. And whether they're living in town and they were planning on taking that position anyway, where you may not need that hiring bonus, they're gonna get it. So I guess it's kind of just looking at it both ways. And maybe it's a matter of, hey, knowing where we're at as far as staffing goes. Okay, for these positions, we will offer this signing bonus, whether you live here, whether you're there. I think there's some question as far as, okay, you offer this sign-on bonus, they come over, they get the sign-on bonus, they last 6 months, and then they're gone. The ability to collect that signing bonus, being able to enforce, okay, we're gonna offer a sign-on bonus, but you've gotta be here for 2 years. I think there's some difficulty in collecting that if they fall short of it, pulling it out of the last check, all of those kinds of things. There's some difficulty. So I think that's part of the challenge in implementing that signing bonus is that guarantee of, okay, 2 years, or we will pull this back, and then the ability to do so.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's some of the things we need to explore to see, what we can and can't do.
I look at that lateral as losing, almost $90,000 because it would have saved you, plus the
Yeah.
time. I mean, it's so much
No,
more than that if you think
it's a
about
great
the fact they could have hit the ground running instead of waiting those 22 weeks. But it just seems worth it. Just
Absolutely.
pay a bonus, get him from, the sheriff, and then, so it doesn't go to the sheriff, and who cares, if he's a happy employee, once he's in the door, you don't have to worry about losing him 2 years down the road and you paid that bonus for no reason. You still saved all that money because it was a lateral. So I'm looking forward to seeing what is in your plan and how you kind of hammer these things out.
Absolutely.
Concerning that, you can always do a time frame contract. So you sign you sign with us, we'll give you $10,000 after your second year of completion. That way you're not held liable or you're chasing to try to get the money back. So that could be an idea.
Yeah, we'll look at that as well.
And I can add, just to speak, it has been discussed in the past, and I know from talking to other chiefs, there's mixed reviews on how effective that is. But with what you're proposing, I feel like that's our first step. I don't, as far as what adjustments to our plan and our steps is going to attract. I've not been 100% supportive of the sign-on bonuses, just because it's really hard to manage, as Manager Walsh was saying. How long are they going to be here? They meet their minimum 3 years, and then if they can lateral over at a higher rate, they're going to do that.
Still save money training someone.
Can I interject? So with the particular lateral that we're talking about, as far as I understand, he had not gone through our full recruitment process. We hadn't been able to extend him an offer. He had already accepted by the time we hadn't even done his full background. Is that correct?
Yeah, he knew what the pay plan was and what theirs was, so that's where he based his decision.
Right.
So if in our ad we said there's a hiring bonus, maybe that would have been enough to get him to go this way. But we know he would have passed the background and all those things if he passed theirs, correct?
Yeah, I was just saying that we
Yeah.
didn't get to offer him anything, whether, yeah.
And
but
sometimes,
Yeah.
in my experience, it is what you put in the ad. That's all the information, because they want to be a police officer somewhere and they're just looking where's the best pay or, the best place to live. So you might need to get them, again, I'm going to leave that up to you guys to see how we're going to fill those spots.
We had just moved on to streets administration, so I covered personnel costs. Supplies and services changed primarily due to a one-time cost for an assessment of project management, operations, and efficiencies. Moving on to street operations and street repairs, maintenance, and improvements. For street operations, there is a decrease of 10.8%. Personnel costs include adding a transportation manager position and reclassifying a foreman to a street operations and maintenance specialist position. Supplies and services change due to reduced need for temporary labor services, reduced training, adjusting general supplies and minor equipment to align with historical spending, and the removal of a prior one-time expense for bike lanes. Capital lease includes the upfitting of 3 replacement vehicles and lease payments for existing vehicles. Capital outlay consists of a hydro axe and powered kick broom replacement, both of which are being carried over from FY26.
Bike lanes? Bike lanes will be installed May, June?
Tina gave me a smirk and I thought, maybe I missed. Better be sure.
Still planned.
Ask about the carryover, because I know that's something that's been a source project, when we have the money set aside, and why don't we spend it? But it's probably because the equipment's not available yet, is that, Jack, is that probably what it is? Sorry.
So the powered kick broom actually has delivered. We had carried that just in case the build time exceeded our fiscal year. The Hydrax, we had actually waited on that. We rented some equipment to try that out in some of the areas that we were working in to make sure that it was something gonna work. And so, they're actually procuring that, as we speak, so.
Okay, thanks, Jack.
Yep.
Counselor, didn't want to beat you to that, but I know that comes up a lot of times, so.
And then moving on to the street repairs, maintenance, and improvements budget, down 8.9%. Personnel costs include the reclassification of streets O&M supervisor to a crew leader position and the removal of a streets O&M worker position. The change in supplies and services is primarily due to reduced need for temporary labor services and a reduction in the pavement preservation program to align with available funding. Transit administration, up 2.6%. Supplies and services increased primarily due to reduced training and a one-time cost to assess an on-demand transit system. And operations is pretty flat, down 0.1%, and there are no real changes in the operations budget. Water operations, up 14.8%. Personnel costs include the reclassification of the water quality program manager position to a water quality and compliance specialist position, and the reclassification of an electrician 3 position. Standby pay has been increased to align with the current policy, which remains under review. Supplies and services changed due to an assessment for service line replacements, increased temporary labor and sampling costs, reduced training, the addition of a water conservation program, and one-time purchases for fire hydrant replacements and locating and line testing equipment. Capital lease includes the upfitting of 3 vehicle replacements and the addition of 1 vehicle. It also includes lease payments for existing vehicles. And capital outlay consists of pressure reducing and well site valve replacements, well site backup generators, and the replacement of vac equipment and backhoe. Wastewater's budget is up 8%. Personnel costs include the reclassification of a pretreatment inspector position to a wastewater and pretreatment compliance specialist position, and the reclassification of an electrician 3 position. Standby pay has been increased to align with the current policy, which remains under review. Supplies and services changed due to one-time baseline sampling required by ADEQ, the recategorization of small line replacements from capital outlay, and increased spending in supplies. Changes also reflect the removal of prior one-time expenses related to the implementation of a backflow administration regulatory reporting system and vehicle equipment, as well as adjusting supplies, software maintenance, and equipment to align with historical spending. Capital lease includes the upfitting for 2 replacement vehicles and lease payments for existing vehicles. Capital outlay consists of a trailer jetter, backhoe, compact track loader, small wheel loader, and computer equipment for automated related infrastructure. Solid waste. Solid waste is up 7.4%. Personnel costs include a part-time solid waste operator position who will assist in backhoe operations. This cost will mostly be offset with a decrease in temporary labor, which is categorized in supplies and services. Supplies and services change due to a decrease in temporary labor services, an expected increase in landfill tipping fees, and higher fuel costs, partially offset by lower commercial container replacements and reduced $3 neighborhood trash pickup events. Capital lease includes the lease payments for existing vehicles. There are no solid waste truck replacements proposed this fiscal year. And capital outlay consists of a covered utility trailer for delivering containers. And the airport has decreased by 9.5%. The change in supplies and services is primarily attributable to increased legal fees for lease and development agreement reviews to ensure federal compliance, the addition of a disadvantaged business enterprises program as required by the U.S. Department of Transportation, cleanup costs for Hangar A, and a consultant services for airport and industrial park development standards. These changes also partially are offset by the removal of prior one-time expenses, including a potential EA or CADEX, a buffalo blower, and crack seal work around the T-hangars. Additional adjustments were made to repair and maintenance accounts to align with historical spending. Capital lease includes the upfitting for 1 replacement vehicle and the lease payments for existing vehicles. Capital outlay consists of a new gate for the eastern fence, as well as a replacement of Hangar Gate 270. It also includes a building remodel, which will split a large office into 2 smaller offices and add direct access from the conference room to the interior offices and hallways. 2 more to go. Fleet services, down 9.9%. The change in supplies and services is primarily due to adjustments in vehicle repair and maintenance costs to reflect the new crew's actual spend. Additional changes include decreased training costs and the removal of one-time expenses for report customization in the fleet management system. Capital lease includes upfitting of 1 vehicle replacement and lease payments for existing vehicles. Capital outlay consists of a press brake and tooling, as well as an engine-powered welder for a truck. Building maintenance, up 6.8%. Supplies and services changed due to reduced training costs and adjustments to general repair and maintenance and software subscriptions to align with historical spending. Additional changes include one-time costs to paint the city complex and some minor modifications being made to offices at the powerhouse and city complex. Capital lease includes the upfitting of 4 replacement vehicles and lease payments for existing vehicles. Capital outlay consists of replacing the dispatch center building's roof and restoring the magnet building's parapet. And that concludes operating budgets. And with that, before we start capital projects, I have those figures that was requested for personnel. So just ensuring that I'm understanding correctly and putting those together, looking at the comp study for the open pay plan. No merit increase for employees who will see a comp adjustment of 10% or more. But for those employees who will receive less than that, a 2% comp adjustment would save about $175,000. If we went to a 1% merit increase, that would save about $225,000. That's not right, $250,000. And if we were to adjust the fire pay plan proposal using proposal 3, but changing the steps for engineer and captain from 2% to 1.7%, that would save about $40,000.
I don't know if going below 2% is worth it. I think to keep them competitive, you just leave the 2%.
Thank you. It was very worth looking into. I appreciate your hard work.
You bet. Is there any direction on the 1% merit or the 2% merit for tentative budget?
Since no one else is jumping at it, personally, I think 2%. If you look at numbers, 1% is, I wouldn't say necessarily a slap in the face, but then again, 2% isn't exactly a huge jump either, but honestly, 2% is my opinion.
I could support that.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you for the direction.
Are we ready to jump in capital? Do we need a break?
But with that, so we're still back at basically $500,000 having to find if we were to pursue option 3.
Less the 175,000 that we just adjusted for the
Minus
comp.
the 175, okay.
So
And
300,
the yellow line, which is 100. Yeah, we're getting there.
Less for the capital.
So we need to find about 200,000 in capital projects.
capital projects,
Okay.
yeah.
Can I talk you into a 5-minute break before capital projects?
If you guys want to take a 5-minute break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Be back at 10 till or you're square. Be let's finish up. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. As Tina said, we only have, what, 40 more slides to go, something like that?
I don't know, I just keep looking at Counselor Staley, how many more stickies does she have? We're almost through the stickies.
Well, she does have a pad there that she could write more.
Right. Yeah, do just in case.
Exactly, yeah, so.
Every time she removes one, I get a little more excited.
You guys are great, I love it. Uh-huh, we're almost there, we're getting there.
All right, we'll dive into capital projects. In front of you or on your places, I placed a 5-year capital improvement summary. Thanks to Wendy, she got these printed for me. And I did this so that you would, actually, it was at the at the request of Manager Walsh, so I appreciate him saying something about this. But all of the projects listed on here that are highlighted are projects that are either being funded partially or in full by grants or outside participation, so that you are aware. That's one gone. Okay. Okay, so moving on to capital projects. The 5-year recommended capital improvement plan totals just over $291 million. You'll see that the largest amount of money will be spent in streets, and that has to do with both of our Flying Fortress Parkways projects as well as Kingman Crossing. Of that $291 million, almost $93 million of that is being funded with external contributions and grants. So for fiscal year 27, the recommended capital improvement plan totals just under $179 million. Again, streets is the largest category for spending. And of that total amount, the $179 million, just over $83 million is being funded with external contributions and grants.
And we'll jump in and look at those projects. First one right here is general government capital projects. I won't go through every one of them. If you have any questions, please feel free to speak out, but I think the large one to look at here is the industrial park land purchase. This is the FAA land release. The $3 million here is based on the appraisals that we've done. This is what was recommended by the review appraisal. We will see where we land as that process continues.
I was just gonna ask you, what are your thoughts, especially after the letter that Senators Gallego and, Kelly wrote?
I've got lots of thoughts. I am very grateful for the letter that they put together and shared with the FAA. The FAA's concern, at least what they shared with us through their letter from the Controller's Office, was looking at the appraisals and wanting to make sure that those appraisals meet their requirements. We believe that they do. Representative Gosar did meet with the FAA administrator, and they had come up with a plan to allow us, where the FAA would do one more appraisal, we would go off of that appraisal and then move forward. So there was conditions as well that we would have some say in who that appraiser was, and making sure that they were a local appraiser that was familiar with the market here. So the two appraisals that we got, one came in at $3 million, the other came in at $8.5 million. You know, with appraisals, you never know until it comes in. So I would hope that this next appraisal, if we continue down that road and it does actually go the way that they had agreed to, I would hope that it would come in somewhere between those two. But until it comes back, we don't really know.
Okay.
So that was going to be my question. Do we need to be more realistic with that figure?
So a lot of variables when dealing with the FAA. Up to this most recent letter from the FAA, our understanding was that we would have 10 years to basically fund it. So whatever that number came in at, we would spread that over 10 years and be able to pay it as we went with that. So, I mean, we could add some money to this, and then once we know what it is, we could then go from there. But I guess, yeah, that's really,
Well, I guess I'm asking for a recommendation from Ms. Moline. I mean, it basically is just playing with the numbers, right? It's optics. So, I mean, how does that get looked upon? Should an appraisal come in and let's say it's 4.5 million? And, you know, what does that do to our capital improvement plan? You know, I want to be conservative, as you are ever so gracious in prepping us to be conservative with our budget. So, with that being said, what is your recommendation?
Vice Mayor, that is a really great suggestion. I would recommend, as long as Manager Walsh would agree, that I would recommend that we increase that to a more reasonable amount based on what we're hearing from the FAA, $5 or $6 million, and that would allow us then to be more conservative as far as what our final installment payment plan would look like. That'll change the figures, right, of what's available for funding, but I think it's probably more realistic. And certainly if it comes back better, then how wonderful that is, right?
Absolutely. That's my recommendation, is to go with what you suggest.
Yeah. Price, that's, even though it's, let's put 6 million in, and hopefully it comes in less than that, but what's ironic about this whole situation, and we've all talked about this before, is the fact that we're paying it back to ourselves. But of course, it's money that has to go towards aviation and towards airport. But it's just ridiculous, the whole thing. It is. So,
yes.
anyway. Yes, Sean?
Yes, on this particular slide here, can the city and the powerhouse wait a year for the windows and the flooring?
We can do whatever council would like. I think the idea with the upgrades for the powerhouse were to be in time for the 100-year anniversary 66 Fest.
What's exactly being done with the windows to make it more festive?
Just basically upgrading them, making them, you know, improving them, making them newer. I think maybe Jack can help me out as far as the condition, the current condition versus what this will do.
If I can also share, Councilman Savage, $50,000 of that $85,000 is grant funded. So the $35,000 would still be a city match, but it's not as big a hit as
Okay, then
$85,000.
let's disregard that
Okay.
one, but what about the flooring? Can the flooring wait?
So as Manager Walsh said, we can wait on anything. Some of the flooring isn't as nice as we'd want it to be in our entry areas and things for like development services, HR, that includes the upstairs area around finance. So can it? Yes. It's definitely at the end of its life as far as being able to clean it up, but we can work around whatever the direction is.
Just talking a year. That's it, because our capital improvements go way down next year, so I'd like to move it.
Councilman Savage, you're talking the city complex flooring, is
Yes.
that right? Okay, I'm sorry, we were looking at I heard powerhouse, so.
Well,
You
I
were
squashed that when the grant came involved.
Yes, perfect.
I do have a question on that, though. So the shaded areas show that it's partially funded, not necessarily fully funded.
Vice Mayor, partially or fully funded, just some sort
Okay.
of grant funding, correct?
That would be nice to know. So if we touch on one, I would like to know how much of it is funded, so we know what our match is. So you said on the powerhouse, 50,000's funded?
Grant funded, yes.
Okay.
And just so Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council are aware, and I know it's not on the summary sheet and what we're covering, but the amounts that are in the very back of the book under the details, but of course, we're not going through all of that right now.
I didn't want to flip. I was being lazy.
No, yes, absolutely.
So, just to go back to the flooring, real quick, Jack, would you, sorry. The flooring, I believe, is part of, is that part of the remodel that we're looking at over with the finance? Basically removing the pony walls, putting in additional workspaces, and then replacing the flooring?
I believe a portion of it is. I'd have to go back and double check my building alteration sheet, but it should be. But then there was other throughout the complex that were due. But I could double check that, and we could reduce everything but what is needed for finance if it's not in there already.
Perfect. Would that be something we could look at? The reason, my only concern with moving that one out, where it involves the finance is we're looking to remove those pony walls to allow for new workspaces, basically fitting more people in there. If we don't have the flooring as part of that project, it'll look pretty rough after all the pony walls and everything come in. So I think we could do, just that as needed as part of that project and then hold off on the remainder if that works.
So I'm just trying to.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Manager Walsh, if I may, I did want to talk, I know the Windows thing went away, but just so council's aware, there are a number of window openings that don't have windows in them. That was part of the project. And then also some of the windows, they are old wood frames from circa whenever the powerhouse was built that are rotted, won't close, won't open, the glazing's coming apart. So just so you're aware, that's what that project is addressing.
All right.
I assume that the powerhouse is under the historic register, right? It's on the historic register. Can we take out historic windows and replace them with modern?
So they are, Councilman Staley, they are working with SHPO to, on all of that, or one of the state historic offices, yes.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
good, because people will be upset. Thank you.
All right. Parks and Rec capital projects. Looking at this, so additional baseball field at Southside Park would only be if grant funds are acquired to do that. We've applied to the Diamondbacks for a grant to be able to do that, and we'll be applying again for that, so we'll continue to pursue that. Let's see, we've got the pickleball court expansion. That is the removal?
Pickleball court expansion
This
for
one right
the,
here,
that includes the racquetball court.
So that includes removing the existing concrete racquetball court that's there and hardly ever used, removing that and then replacing it with pickleball, which we cannot find enough courts to put all the pickleball players. So it'll change the complexion for sure over there. That large concrete structure will be down. So yeah, be a change there. Looking at, let's see, the basketball court, that basketball court, there's a number of cracks and issues there. So this basically would replace that, bring it in, have a new court there at the Centennial Park. So looking mainly at FY '27, some of the outer years, those would be, things that we'd look at in the future. We'll look again next year's budget. Centennial Park restroom upgrades, basically addressing some of those restrooms. They've been there, I think, almost as old as I am, I think, and so. Yeah, bring it.
I can say it, get away, I'm older than you, so I can say that.
Are they broke? Are they usable?
I guess depends on who you ask. They function.
When you use, do they flush?
They do flush. We'll go that far. And that's about the level that they're at. So I think there's some of the stalls are missing. We've definitely gotten their useful life out of them, but they do flush. So.
Well, I'll be bold and just say it. I'm looking for $225,000, and there's 220 of it right there. And if we could potentially, oh, it's down here? Down where?
It's this one.
I think that's what Counselor Savage is trying to do too,
According to Jamie, disregard.
So 225,000, just so I'm tracking with you, is that basically looking at salaries and that? So I just will, gotcha. I think I'm catching up to you. So there's a couple of things with that. So that the 225 is a recurring annual. So yes, so we will be reducing the overall budget. We'll be looking at 225 through the next 5 years, but okay, I'm with you. I'm following you now. Okay. Tina, please.
Councilor Dykens, did you get your
No,
answer?
you're right.
Yeah.
Maybe, okay.
So because we are increasing the industrial park land purchase by $3 million, that's going to increase the installment payment by another $300,000 out of the capital projects fund. So technically, we're going to need to find $525,000 a year in capital projects. I don't mean to rain on a parade, but it is more realistic to include that $6 million figure.
I don't want to jump ahead, but I mean, what I'm looking at is the 400,000 for the transit center for the study. Because what we're talking about is changing transit completely so that we don't need that hub anymore.
And I like that. I think I'm going to rain on the parade on this one.
But I think it's only partial,
It's
partial.
partially grant funded. Our share of that is,
Okay, well,
$80,000.
there's 80.
That
is
There's
80.
more.
Yeah.
so yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Back to the bathrooms.
Yes.
That's where this all started, right?
Well, you could even discuss splitting that in half and doing some of them this year and some of them next year.
Yes.
Centennial does see a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
You have all your pickleballers, the kids swimming, all the soccer, the softball. I'm forgetting somebody, but I mean, a lot of traffic goes through there and the tournaments come in, so I think it's worth improving upon those, but
It needs to be a show place, I mean, really, because like you said, all the tournaments that come in, we want people to have a good impression of Kingman too,
yeah.
so.
Tim, I have a question on the Sunbelt Sports Park. I saw
Yes.
where a lot of that's from flood control. Is that for the channel?
It
Is that
is.
to do that channel as well as put in the park?
So, as we've been trying to find money and make all of the things work, what we looked at, just to give you an idea where we've come to Sunbelt Sports Park, Flying Fortress Parkway, we're borrowing money, we're going to Airway and then from Airway over. For Phase 2, comparing numbers right now of what we're seeing for Phase 1, we initially had estimates for 22 million for Phase 2. Based on what we're seeing with Phase 1, that's likely closer to 26 to 28 million. So what we did with this is we took the funds that we had set aside. We had 7 million initially set aside for Sunbelt Park, which included this 1.4 for the flood control channel, and you put that towards the Flying Fortress Parkway. So the hope is that those accelerated assessments, if we start seeing those come back in, that could be used to go back towards Flying Fortress Parkway, I'm sorry, towards Sunbelt Park. The other possibility is, towards the future, looking at a GO bond specific to Sunbelt Park to be able to make that thing happen, in its entirety, not just that first phase. that
Okay,
we-
I was just wondering, because I saw those flood control funds and I said,
And you're exactly right. So those flood control funds, unfortunately, we couldn't put those to Flying Fortress as well. No. Those are for flood control purposes only. So we're able to use those funds to get that channel put through there. And then from there, looking to find ways to get that park back on track.
okay, that answers the question.
So I have a couple of questions. Can we go to playground equipment?
Yes.
We have replaced a number of playground equipment at various parks. So I would like to see us take a break from playground equipment for this year. I don't know, is Mike available? I mean, we've done a lot of playground replacement and we've enhanced the Centennial, so,
Might, yeah. I don't know if we have any specific plans for 27 as far as playground equipment or if,
Thank you for the question. What we usually do with playground equipment, we, as a department, look at what our needs are, and then we put it to our commission, and they talk about it and discuss what they want to do, and then we bring it to council. So what we did last year, though, we took that money out of playgrounds, so we didn't do anything with playgrounds last year. We did a shade cover over the zip crews. That's what we did, but we took the playground money and we put a slide in at Grandview Pool and a climbing wall, so.
Right, but, okay, so then it was the year before that there was several, like Metcalf
Right.
Park got some?
Yeah, that was the year before. Yeah.
So, I don't know how council feels about that, but I feel like we could take a break.
That's, like I said, that's what we would be doing, and we'd look at the stuff that we had planned for this year when we took it out to do the slide and the climbing wall at Grandview.
Is there any immediate need right now that you can see for playground
I mean,
equipment to be replaced?
I agree with you that we have done a really good job with playgrounds over the past 5, 6, 8 years, really. I mean, I think we've made some really major improvements, so
Okay,
obviously it is an area that could be
okay.
looked at. I hate to,
I'm fine with that. Our parks are in so much better condition. I mean, we had unsafe playgrounds, we had playgrounds that were 30 years old. I mean, so every playground now has new equipment. They all have shade covers. We never had those before. I think taking a year off, it would not be any major hardship to the community.
Okay. And then I want Jack to talk to me about street sweepers.
Can I get my quiet here, if you don't mind? Concerning the playground, what if we bumped 27 and 28 and gave you 450,000 in 29? Can you last 2 years? Because we don't, right now, there's only 540,000 scheduled.
we could do that, obviously. We can, we work miracles, we really, with what we do, but there are some older swing sets and things like that that are outdated, maybe a little unsafe, that we're looking at trying to replace some of those. So, I mean, that's kind of what
All right,
we
let's-
had in mind.
Yeah, I'm good with the 1 year then. I was just trying to get you a big wad of money at once. Just so. Okay, second question for you, Mike. Omaha Drive, is that like a bike path, shared walking trail?
It's a shared use path, yeah. It's going to be
Okay.
walking, it's going to be asphalt, and we got a grant for that.
Okay,
That's an
how much
ADOT
of
grant. 500,000 is the
Oh,
ADOT
okay, never
grant.
mind on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You tried.
Mike's asking me to change the slide as quick as possible.
No, street,
Actually, you have more questions on parks? No. Actually, I do want to give you a pat on the back, though, and your crew. A couple years ago, the court, of course, you know, the Veterans Court
yeah, and-
played the Havasu Veterans Court. And it was brought to my attention that there's no flagpole right there by the ball fields at Centennial Park. The flagpole is on the other side of the tennis courts. And so it's sort of hard when you can't see it and they want to do the pledge they want to, you know, have the national anthem and play, there's no flag to see. And so Mike and his crew was able to get a flagpole put in there, right there in the center by the
Fourplex, yeah.
refreshment, yeah, by the fourplex there. And so I just want to thank you again publicly for making that happen. I'm not sure where you pulled the money out of your budget, but I know you got it done.
Well, what we did, we took a flagpole that was in the other side of the park and not in use over by the pool, that the big one replaced, and we took it and moved it over there.
I
So,
figured you'd
yeah,
work some
that's what we
magic,
did.
so anyway, I just wanted to thank you again for getting that done.
Thank you.
All right. Public safety capital projects. We have apparatus replacement for 1.4 million, Station 25 for 7.9 million. Let's see, flashover training chamber, 140,000. Let's see, brush truck replacement for 500,000. And I think that's it those are the big tickets there. And then looking at police, a lot of upgrades to the station there, bringing it up to date. A lot of needed carpet replacements and those there, so. And then we've also got the modular crash-rated vehicle barrier system, being able to do our road closures for special events and all that, being able to have more than just some barricades out there, but actually prevent vehicles from driving through.
And the grant on that is $117,000 per year.
So, on to the airport. This is all airport funds. Not going to help us a whole lot on finding money. So, some good projects out here, though. Access control upgrades, new airfield lights and nav aids. And then a big one, the taxiway D rehabilitation, design and construction. On to streets. Let's see, Flying Fortress Parkway, looking at Airway to Industrial Boulevard, 27 million there. And then continuing with what we've got going right now, from the interchange to Airway and then Airway down to Prospector. And let's see.
And you're pretty confident about that 27 million? I know, I'm putting you on the spot.
I think Tina mentioned inflation was at 4%.
Yeah.
So,
So the sooner the better.
yes, not, yeah, well, I mean, we had a great response for phase one. We're working with the contractor to get those plans done. I believe, I don't know if Robert's in there. I think June-ish is what we're shooting for to get those plans. June, July, we should have those plans to be able to put out. So hopefully we'll be able to get those out there while we still have two different contractors working on Flying Fortress and another contractor in town. So we're hoping to have those out there on the streets so that we can maybe save some mobilization costs and get somebody that we've been working with already.
So
We're, yeah,
putting it out for bid in July, probably?
hopefully, yes, that's the plan.
And then, yeah, starting work on it maybe late fall? Okay.
Is there some news concerning Kingman Crossing traffic interchange that we don't know about, that there's $60 million up there?
Yes, no. Yes and no. We are continuing to work with our attorney, working with Gus Rosenfeld, Andrew, that they're working on an RFP. We had started working on an RFP internally. We said, this is a much bigger scope than just putting it out there and seeing what we get. So Andrew, who's worked on a number of these projects, is working on that RFP. We've had quite a few meetings with him, just making sure we get that scope put together. We had hoped to have that out before we went to ICSC next week. We're not quite there yet, but we will have that before council to look at the structure before we post it, make sure you all are happy with what we're proposing in that, and then have it out on the street and get that moving. But the idea with that 60 million, again, that is outside funds coming in to fund that, so it wouldn't be out of our general funds or anything like that, but basically having that there so that,
I like outside investment.
yes, we do. And then, let's see, so 60,000 for the interchange, 10,000, or 1,000, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Yeah. 60 million for the interchange, 10 million for running the boulevard down to Southern. And then pavement preservation, continuing with that, at about 7 a year. And right turn lane at Stockton Hill and Airway, basically the design for it, and then construction in FY '28. And then, let's see, traffic signals.
You skipped over the street sweeper.
It is, yep.
Yeah.
I
Can
was
I talk
going
to
big tickets.
Jack? I know. Can I talk to Jack about the street sweeper?
I tried, Jack.
No problem, thank you.
Tell me about this. How many street sweepers do we have?
So we have 3 in total, I think, right now.
How many are working?
Well, that's, do you mean working as in functional or working as in out sweeping? Which leads us, so if I could back up for just a minute, this is actually a rollover from this current fiscal year. So that was approved and actually has been ordered already. We're waiting for delivery right now, which is anticipated in the next fiscal year. As far as out working, we keep one running continuously. We want to up that to improve the number of miles that are swept annually. I don't know what we can do to back out of the order at this moment, but if that's the desire of the council, we could look at that.
I just want to know, like, how often are street sweepers used? When are they used? How effective are they? I have all those questions.
Sure. So we run a sweeper almost every day. Now, that is dependent on manpower. I've been working with Manager Walsh and Ms. Moline to show what we can do on a consistent basis, what we can't. There are some things that we try and do continuously. Obviously, when there's changes in our be it storm or large projects or that sort of thing, we back out of those. The sweepers do get a lot of use with our pavement preservation program, although we do include the first post-sweep, so after the treatment is applied for the contractor, there's still a decent amount of sweeping that's done in-house. And so we sweep, I think, about 6,000 miles a year on average.
Okay. Just, I don't know. I'm not sold, but I guess it's already purchased, so.
Actually, in Jack's defense, I see it all the time.
I see it, I just don't know how effective it is.
Because we need more sweeping.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Good point, Jack.
If, come back. You're doing 6,000 miles a year. How many miles do we have in roads?
400.
So are you getting 10% done a year, or are you getting 95% done?
No, actually, we do. We have just over 400 lane miles of roadway. And so what our objective is to treat our arterials monthly, which is Stockton Hill, Keno, Gordon, I'm sorry, not Keno, Airway,
Bang.
Gordon, those types of roads on a monthly basis. Then we go to the collectors, we try and do the same thing, and then we go to the residentials on a quarterly basis. So, we try to get the residentials a couple times a year. So depending on the functional class of the roadway, depends on how often we sweep. So that's why you see in a lane miles, the sweeper, it may take more than one pass to get it cleaned, depending on the road width and everything else. And so that's why you see such a large number of miles swept versus the number of miles we have in the system, is because we're doing that repetitively.
I think that, since we're talking about this, I think it would be worthwhile to have the contractor sweep after the chip seal until it's all cleaned up. Because this last round was a horrific mess. The roads looked like they were now gravel roads. And I know your guys were struggling to get it all cleaned up. And that has gotta be awful for our sweepers to be sweeping up all that gravel for how many passes? 3 or 4, I think, on Ash Fork.
Yeah, so the contractor was part of that. That is not a good example of what it should look like. We did have some delamination in that, which they're coming back at the end of the chip seal that we're in District 4 to take care of some warranty work in those areas. That, in those instances, we've sent our sweepers in some of those to try and help, but the contractor does send sweepers back to sweep in those till it stabilizes or we get it covered back up. That was a continuing issue.
Might be incentive for them to do a better job if they have to keep sweeping it until they've cleaned up all the mess.
Yeah, they're getting to pay for it twice, so it's a pretty good incentive,
Wow.
for sure.
I have other thoughts about that, but
Understood.
thank you.
All right. Oh, so close. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Walmart culvert. Walmart was built a long time ago. It's a new culvert that needs to be put in now?
No, actually, I'm really happy you brought that up. So thank you, Councilman Savage.
Score!
So that project, transients had got in and had lit a fire in the culvert, which is a plastic, HDPE, and it burnt. So we replaced a section of it. It was collapsed and we couldn't see beyond that collapse. Once we dug that section out that's in the right-of-way in the city's area, we realized there was additional collapsed area beyond that. So we budgeted for that. And I have not even been able to give Manager Walsh or Tina the good news. We had some conversation with Walmart. It was kind of a weird area because it was in a right or in an easement, but we couldn't find anything where that had been accepted by the city through any type of resolution or permitting. And so Walmart is actually in the process of replacing those sections right now. So that item actually can be removed.
Wow.
Winner, winner.
Thank you for the question.
And how much was that?
Good job, Sean.
I wish.
It's it's the bottom line there, so 250.
Jackpot. Regardless of what I've said in the past, I like you, Jack.
Do we have a running tally?
So, Vice Mayor, that storm, the Walmart culvert comes out of flood control monies, and it does not affect the general fund.
Thank you again, Tina, for the positive news.
Pop that balloon.
Still, thank you, Councilman.
You just keep raining on our parade, Tina. That's fine.
Our running tally so far is $230,000. We're moving the transit center design, which is $80,000. That does end up coming from the general fund. Sorry, and playground equipment next year for $150,000.
I think we had talked about the restrooms at Centennial. Are we keeping those, or were those coming off?
I think we should keep them. Right? Bathrooms at Centennial?
Yeah, or compromise and do half this year, half next year. I mean,
Does that affect the cost?
it
If
could.
we do them all at once, we probably will get a better
and there'll be more
bid,
next year.
and they'll be uniform, and they'll look like they go together.
We
That's a
can,
good point.
we can keep looking. We'll leave them for now.
I think, I mean, I imagine you're gonna, when we go to approve the budget, you'll come to us with some
Yes.
things that you think are not as,
Absolutely.
important. You know,
Absolutely.
it can be done next
Yes.
year, they could be done
That was gonna be my, suggestion as well. If you could go to the department heads and see what can be put off for, so we're not just chopping at their departments.
No, absolutely. I think that's a great
See what can
idea.
be foregone for this year and maybe wait till next year, and maybe they'll be generous enough to come up with the remainder of the funds.
Absolutely.
Tina, what were the numbers you said we're at so far?
$230,000. So $80,000 for the transit center and $150,000 for the playground equipment.
And 100,000 for the yellow line, wasn't it?
So thank you, Councilman Dykens. I'm just talking about the amount we needed to cut from capital projects, which was $525,000 this year. That was the amount that I thought we were talking about, so.
That was after we included the
Adjusted
yellow
the
line.
industrial.
It's not just for the payroll, it's also for the other item that we increased to be able to do
The
the
airport.
purchase of the airport, the industrial park land. I'm toast. It's okay, they'll find it.
If Jack wouldn't have bought the sweeper, we'd be there.
Well, wait, we had,
Jack,
that was a
remember what I
carryover from
said?
last year.
So the one thing that, my last sticky note that I'm worried is not in here. The last one is that there isn't anything for this injection well to fix it,
Oh, yeah.
to add, or I didn't see anything specific. Maybe it is,
I believe we have
It is
design in there.
400,000 in here, I think is what, or 200.
200, I think, for design.
that's for a design? What if there are some grants that could help us pay for, that filtration system and it's not a line item on here? Because I hope that there is something out there that this is a really worthwhile project to be able to put that water back into the ground. And so maybe there are some grants, and so I'm worried that there isn't a line item to get us there.
So, yeah, we've got the 200,000, I believe it's 200,000 for design, so we can be working on the design, but definitely we can pursue those grants. I think a couple of issues. I think as far as the grant goes, likely before we'd be able to see that grant implemented, all that, we'd probably be looking at FY '28 to be able to implement it. Otherwise, I think, lean on Tina on this one, we do put contingency amounts within the budget so that we could transfer budget allocation in order to account for something like that if we were able to do it sooner.
Okay. Project has been going on for over a
Yes.
decade now. That's a decade of water, that could have been put back into the ground. And so I don't want it to linger for too long. We already spent all this money on the well, a
No.
lot of money.
Yes,
So,
100%.
okay.
And that is, we're trying to, basically looking at all the options with it. We've got, we do have an estimate to do design that came in, I think it was quite a bit more than our 200. So we're looking at additional options for, okay, what are other ways we can look at doing this design? Las Vegas, there's a number of places that are dealing with a similar issue. So basically exploring those. Okay, we've worked with a consultant right now to address it. We want to look at, okay, what are other cities doing so that we can maybe not reinvent the wheel and actually do what's being done. So looking at a number of different options on it. We
Okay.
actually just met, I think it was last week, to look at that as well, so.
Okay, so you feel like you're adequately covered in the budget to keep moving forward?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
I think solid waste transit, stormwater, moving on to wastewater capital projects. Let's see, we have downtown sewer outfall line interim remediation. Got $1 million for that. That is our line going out to the treatment plant. Basically just looking at repairs, strengthening that line. Wastewater treatment plant, $1 million. That was the outfall parallel interceptor, Jaggerson to wastewater treatment plant. Let's see, continuing through some big projects with wastewater, industrial park, sewer expansion, getting sewer over to that area so that we can expand into that area. Let's see, and then a wastewater storage and workspace facility. A lot of our equipment currently is stored outside. This would allow us to be able to bring it indoors and increase the lifetime on those. Let's see, utilities, water, looking at continuing with the automated meter reading, installing those meters, replacing existing meters with those. Backhoe replacement. City Well 12, continuing with that design.
Tim,
Yes, sir.
can you back up?
Yep.
Small wheel loader. What is that?
Wheel loader. Are we looking at wastewater or water? Small wheel loader. I am going.
That was under wastewater.
Yeah.
350,000.
That is a loader with small wheels. No, I'm going to have Jack help me out with that one.
Jack, we lost Walmart. You better,
Yeah, so I'm trying to play catch up with some of the wastewater capital budget, although we're involved. I didn't have all the exact details. But out there for doing grading, drainage, some material handling and things similar to the backhoe. They had a loader in there. The loader, it says small wheel, it's kind of misleading because it is a large piece of equipment. And so when we're handling the biosolids, the pressed solids coming off from the treatment, that's part of what that is. And so that's handling that with the dump truck, turning those over if they're composting, or ultimately, moving those materials on to other locations.
is this a task that can be done by the backhoe that is being requested also?
The volume, I would say it would be more of a time killer because the loader moves so much more material. The backhoe could do it, but it's actually going to create an inefficiency that would probably likely cost the same amount, if not more.
And I will say, so that Tina doesn't have to rain on the parade, this is coming out of the wastewater utilities fund, so this would
Then what
not
are we
help
even
us.
talking about wastewater for?
Actually, since we are talking about wastewater, just continue discussion. I know, Tina, you mentioned earlier when we first started today that one bond will be paid off in 28, and then the last one will be in 30. Of course, unfortunately, right at the end of that, now we need to expand again. what are we looking at right now? For example, we probably won't have to expand downtown, but I would imagine we're gonna have to expand Hilltop because of all the growth that we are seeing.
So we're currently in the middle of that analysis, looking
Okay.
at that treatment plant, looking at, there's actually some good news. We might be able to extend that a little bit further. Looking at maybe some differences in how we approach the treatment might give us some additional life. So there's a couple of things with the treatment plant. One is volume of flow coming in, so how much, but then also I don't know the best way of saying it, basically the makeup of that flow coming in and how you treat that flow. So, it's, in a sense, on the clean water side, you're looking at quantity and quality, and basically the same idea with the wastewater. So, there's possibility or potential that with some changes in treatment, we might be able to extend the life of that and be able to treat, continue to treat more as we go. Jack, does that sound about right?
Okay?
So there is a possibility we might have a little bit of time in between there, but we're running those studies right now. Engineering's working with a consultant to do that analysis.
I know you and I have talked about it before, but about capacity, because we need to be able to handle the capacity that we're planning on with this expansion.
Yep, 100%. And that is, and fortunately, we're getting to the point to where we're able to end those loans before we have to really consider that full expansion. So
Okay.
we're fortunate in that area, but at some point, there will need expansion at that plant. Just as we continue to grow, the volume's going to be there that we'll need to. But initial indications right now is it won't be immediately right after that, so.
So do you think our citizens will actually see a break in their bill for wastewater at the end of getting that one payment done? Because I'm sure you guys have all been asked, why are our sewer rates so expensive? Just yesterday, I was dinged up again on it.
And, I mean, really, that'll be something as we get closer to that we can evaluate. I think having this study done and being able to determine when that next expansion's going to be needed, because costs of those expansions haven't gone down, they've actually gotten quite a
Really?
bit more. Well, you figure, 20 years ago, that expansion versus what it's gonna cost now. So the cost of those have gone up. So
Sure.
basically, it'll be an analysis of, okay, looking at what we need to do to extend the life of what we have, and then at that, at what point we need to expand, what that cost is going to be, and factoring all of that together, so.
So Hilltop's been in service for 20 years almost?
Believe, yeah, it went
18?
in
Since we're gonna
2008,
We're gonna pay that off in 28, right? Yeah,
yeah,
that's huge.
that'll be, yeah,
Okay, well, thank you.
you bet. All right, so Councilman Dykens, same with water utility fund. Some of the projects, like I mentioned, the meter reading in here, changing out those meters, improving efficiencies and accuracy with our meters, continuing with our lead and copper rule revisions. We love the unfunded mandates that we have to follow from EPA. And then the main tanks transmission main, continuing that project. We're almost there, so this one will actually connect us in. Let's see, Northridge storage tank, that one's out a few years. And I think another big one, so yeah, we've got our service line replacements in there. We've got source water meters, putting those on our wells. I think that covers quite a bit. And then chlorine and motor cabinet upgrades for our well sites. Then we made this really small so you can't see it. No, just kidding. These are capital projects requested but not recommended. So in addition to all of the capital projects that we put forward, these are a number of projects that were also requested but just not having the funds to be able to do them. But wanted to share just to show some of the additional needs and things that were identified as potential. So. With that,
Actually, I know it's been discussed, but Tina, maybe like right now you have the grand total of 178, almost $179 million. Can we, because some of those projects are enterprise fund projects, can we actually sort of get a distinction? Because like Councilman Dykens, we can't really cut those. We need those. It doesn't have an effect on what we're spending as far as some of the other stuff. So maybe for next year, separate that out so that we, you know, add it, keep it in for total, but maybe break out what are enterprise fund ones and what are not.
That's a great suggestion. Are we already planning on cutting projects next year?
No.
It depends.
We'll make sure to do that. It is a
Bring
great
your scalpel for
suggestion.
cutting.
Are you doing another comp study?
It's called a you can't touch this file.
I did have a question. I just wanted to summarize. I know you're going to summarize in the next steps, but I just wanted to get a baseline for where we're at right now with the compensation proposals. Make sure that I understand it completely. So with the changes that we made in reduction to capital improvement plan, as well as the comp adjustment for anyone getting over 10%, the reduction in no merit increase, and then removal of the yellow line. So where are we at, Tina?
We are at $505,000.
Perfect.
And if I may, I appreciate you bringing that up, Vice Mayor. I know, I just want to put this out there so that our staff is aware of it as well. One of the things that has been important to, you know, working with fire is the move-up pay. And, you know, in putting this study together, we didn't have the money to address move-up pay this year. Looking at the changes that we're making right now, I had promised to staff that we would address it next year. Honestly, looking at these changes and these increases, we're gonna have to really look at it to be able to address it next, just because of the increase of going from where we were to what we had proposed. Now another 500,000 on top of that will make any changes in the future really difficult to be able to accomplish. So just want to, you know, put that out there as well. Obviously, we'll look at it and see what we can do with it, but an increase of 500,000 this year really puts a damper on what we can do in future years. So.
And I appreciate you bringing that up because I know that that's sitting out there on the horizon. So I appreciate that. I just had it. It'll come to me.
I'm gonna pause here while she finishes writing before we go to what's next. Ready? Good.
So what's next? We will work internally to make the requested modifications that you have directed us to do today, and then we will bring those modifications to you during the tentative budget, or at the tentative budget, which will be on June 2nd. Hopefully, we get them all correct when we bring those to you, and if they are correct and there are no further modifications at that time, then we will bring the final budget to you at the June 23rd meeting, and then that budget will go into effect on July 1st. And that's it. We're done.
So we're gonna do that during a normal meeting. So it's tentative. Are you gonna want us to see changes, or you're just gonna bring back the changes and then we're gonna say yay, or we either agree or don't?
So Councilman Savage, it is entirely up to you. If you'd like to have another
What I'm
meeting
getting
for
at,
to
is
share.
there gonna be decision-making on that tentative budget?
So other than a couple of projects, right, that we're going to need to cut, I think we've got good direction from council as far as what you've decided here.
Okay.
There may be something that you want to change as far as the projects that we bring forward, and you're able to do that during that council meeting prior to us adopting that tentative budget. So I don't know that we need another meeting. Certainly we can, but I feel confident that we can bring something to you guys. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Tina, and thank you, dear.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, I think no more questions. We're good discussions wise. Tina, once again, everybody, all department heads and staff, we appreciate you being here today. And thanks for informing us and trying to make us all keep this city running at a good pace. So, thank you, Manager Walsh. Thank you, Tina. And have a good evening. We're done.